Should we do lab exercises first or should we do lectures first? You want to go for labs? What we started yesterday? Okay. Then let's jump straight down to so lab exercises are also examination, right? So at the end of the day or after 2 hours I will check how good your code is. So if you remember, we collected the personal data and this should be in your personal finance folder online. Let's see if that short link still works. Can somebody read that from behind? Short URL. What's the short URL? GW. So now what I have done yesterday is I have reclassified that folder into several subfolders. So the sugar data stays as it is. Now you have a slides folder with the slides of all the lectures. The time series data contains things like the forex data and the icon data which we looked earlier, the Amazon data. The personal finance data is the personal finance information which we collected yesterday. This contains the data collection forms as well as a comma separated CSV file which contains all the information of people who submitted there. So that's where you have got your data from. There is two more information which is we have got data for classification. That's where we have got some more finance data. If the data which we collected yesterday does not work, then I have collected a more extensive set of data which you can then play with. This has got gender, investment analysis as well as objectives and other information about people. And this is a much larger data on personal finances. So if our small set of data does not work, we will go to a larger set of data. But let's try our small set of data first. In addition, I have also given you some weather data, and that's a good data to work with your regression analysis problem. So there are two data sets I have given you. One is an Excel data which basically says minimum, maximum temperature, sunlight for the last, well, it started in 1853. So one trick which you can do is regress it till about 2010 or 2020 and see how it evolves. But if you do not want to work with a foreign data, I have given you data of India. This is from 1901 and it has got the annual minimum, annual maximum as well as minimum maximum temperature in 4 quarters. So January to February, what was the minimum? January to February, what was the maximum, and so on and so forth. What would be interesting to see is if you look at this data pattern for last 120 years. The first question you can ask is global warming taking place, or is India getting warmer? We often have colloquial evidence, so why don't we just, this is the data from the Indian Meteorological Department, so it's IMD data. So you can if nothing else, you can look at what has happened over a period of time in the last 120 years. But you can also go back and look at a moving average. So rather than just plotting the data is not a nice thing. Remember we talked about rolling, the moving average bit. So you average for every 5 years and then keep on moving the average for every 5 years. That will tell you what has actually happened to the trend. So if you look at data is for 120 years, a strategy which you can apply is look at data of first 105 years for training and then use the last 10 years for testing to see can we predict the future. And if you can predict the last 10 years, then you can predict future years as well. Okay. But to start with, let's start with the financial information data which we have collected. And things which we would like to do here is this thing. See if you can apply a linear regression. Now the code for Both. If you've forgotten the code, go to the slides folder that has got the lecture slides for the first few layers. My apologies. And both the least square regression as well as a neural network based approach is there. So use that to try to predict for future for an individual person. So if you look at any one person, we have got 12 data points, but few people have also provided 24 data points, right? So a very good strategy would be to look at these people who have provided you 24 data points, to train using the first 18 data point and then predict for 19 to 24. Now it's a risky strategy because I only have 18 points. एक दूसरी strategy हम लोग लगा सकते हैं इसमें, the strategy of rolling prediction. So let's ask this question. जब आप अपना future predict करना चाहते हो तो आप कहोगे कि अगले महीने कितने पैसे चाहिए, उसके बाद वाले में कितने चाहिए, एंड से 6 months से ज़्यादा प्रिडिक्ट हम लोग नहीं करते ना. बट से आई प्रिडिक्टेड फॉर माई 6 months डेटा, द नेक्स्ट मंथ कम्स, आई गेट ए न्यू डेटा सैम्पल नाउ, राइट? तो अब हम उसके आगे के 6 महीने की प्रिडिक्शन कर सकते हैं. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, let's look at something very similar here. So the idea could be something like this. So say this is my available and known data points, and I predict for next 6 months from here. Okay. The next month I get this data point, so I know how good or bad my prediction is. हमने कितना अच्छा predict किया था हमें पता चल जाएगा. So what we could do is we can keep on doing this rolling prediction. So we predicted here. In the next month we have this data point in as well, so we can do rolling prediction for next 6 months, then the next data point next 6 months. So one strategy you can have कि पहले 12 महीने के डेटा से आप 13 से 18 महीने का प्रेडिक्ट कीजिए, फिर 13 महीना का डेटा आए तो 13 महीने का डेटा यूज करके फिर and see how good it evolves. So generally what should happen, immediate next month का prediction अच्छा होना चाहिए, far in the future prediction थोड़ा गड़बड़ होना चाहिए. Let's see अगर हम कर सकते हैं. Okay. And the other thing which you could do, so that's the prediction, was the classification problem, a man versus woman classification problem. Now अभी हमारे पास problem है, we only have about 16 or 17 data points. As a rule of thumb, the number of trees जो होने चाहिए random forest में should be around square root n, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं करने चाहिए. तो आपके पास 16 है तो 3 या 4 ट्री से ही ट्राई कीजिए. Let's see if it works. If random forest does not work, this is where our decision tree might work. वो थोड़ा छोटा से single decision tree could do the trick. So let's go and proceed on that. You have the slides here, or शुरू कीजिए, and I will walk around with people and we'll go from there. And I'll also upload today's slide there. TC7. Those who have forgotten the link to data, it's short url.at/cwp9m. Can you access it? Let's start with personal. Or at least let the kids start with personal. Access to that. Okay, you're accessing web. Okay. Yeah, what's going on? Don't open it in Excel, which is a CSV file, right? Just look at the data on a text. Look at the data. Text file है ना? Text open it in a normal text बने. CSV file can be opened anywhere. Jupyter नहीं normal text browser में खोलिए ना. Just open it. Is it downloaded on your computer? Just open it in a. Do right click. Open with. Does it only give you open two options? Open with. Notepad. Let's have a look and let's see if data दिख रहा है क्या. नहीं आपको नोटपैड में ही बदल दे रहा है ये. That's interesting. Let me check the data again, okay, and see if I can do a. Oopsie. Interesting. Okay, if for those who can't see the file, open the data collection forms and request edit access from me. And then I will give it to you so that you can see the main submission. So if you open the form and click here on this part saying request edit access, give it just click on that and I will send a request access. That way you should be able to see the form, the native data of everyone. Sorry, you have sent a request access? Okay. So this is the first time I'm actually getting you guys names. So Namrata Day, you have asked, who is Namrata? Right, okay. So review access, just give me a second. Sorry, my computer is running slower than a tortoise today. Refresh. So Gyanendra Verma got given you access. Pratyush Mahapatra given you access. Vishal Kumar Singh. Oh, come on. Share. Then Namrata Day. Share. Vagdevi Acharya given you access. There's two Vagdevi Acharya. Sorry. Vaishnavi Acharya, my apologies. Only looked at the surname. And then there is a Vishwagna Acharya, okay. So are you from the same family? Why are you sitting together then? You should never sit together to your brother and sister. Don't you annoy them like ever since you were born? Or maybe that's why you guys are sitting together. So those are the only people who have asked access, and I've given you access. Once you have access, hopefully you can see the raw data. Can you? Because when the data is in its raw form, it's perfectly fine. It's only when we convert it into CSV, something goes fiddly. Can you see the data? Was it say access denied? Yes. So now we refresh it and you can look at the responses. So the beauty is the summary thing already gives you quite a lot of data. Right? And then you have all these numbers written by individual person here. No, you see, that's the problem which Excel is doing. See these numbers, they're all individual numbers, right? So 16,000, 32,000, and actually it's just making it something interesting. Okay. So just looked at the data. We had a very strange coincidence. It rarely happens in any data collection exercise. We had 50% gender division. So data is exactly half boys, half girls, which means we have generally in all gender segregation you get more data from men than women. But this is nice. You guys can access it, right? So Google Forms already does quite a lot of statistics for you, right? So first thing you can as also do is, can you do the same statistics in Python? But now the question which I'm asking is the other one. So the problem today is we are going to analyze the data which we collected yesterday. Have you just sent me an access? Okay, then I need to approve the same. So Khushi. Do we have anyone called Khushi here? Okay. That's my two-factor authentication. I'm not going to send you an OTP to approve it. Siya Mandal. Abhishek. No surname Abhishek? Sorry? No, then here in Google it just says Abhishek there. Rita Collection. Is that your surname? That's a nice surname, but so you have taken your mother's email address. And Anjum Sheikh. You are Anjum, okay. You have another Abhishek. Did you not get it last time? Just refresh the page. Okay, it has gone. Good. So we have Abhinash Mohanty. Okay. Are you a Mohanty from Odisha or Mohanty from Assam? पानी पीते नहीं भैया, इतनी बेइज्जती नहीं करनी चाहिए. Can you access it? Raw data. What about you? Can you access? So, what's the idea? You're good in Excel. It's an exam. We'll let you struggle for half an hour and then I will come and help. Okay? And which one of the kid is making the other two work? Who's the laziest one here? But you could. Then she's not the laziest. Stop blaming her. So she's the one who's going to make money. So I'll give you about 15-20 minutes to struggle on your own to see if you can raise, if you can edit the data on yourself. Worst case, rest all of the tables look nice, right? See if you can just copy the data from your Google Forms directly onto that Excel table. Doesn't work? Then, if nothing else works, open the CSV file in a notepad and there copy the text. We are doing that, and then when you open it back in Excel, all the columns will come by itself. I mean, you could write a Python script to revisit it back, but go ahead. So, did you guys get it? Are all four of you from the same institutions? The one sitting behind. This is the institutional thing, right? उड़ीसा वाले उधर, हम लोग झारखंडी लोग हैं. Okay. Is there any luck for this data being classified? It's too small a database. Let's see. Regression तो कर ही सकते हैं, time series analysis तो हो ही सकता है. Classification might be tricky. Maybe a simple tree might work. Somebody has already started on sklearn. Good. So you have access to the raw data now, right? So one thing which you could do, show me the file version. So the problem with this file is, if you extend it, it makes many of these numbers zero. You know why it does it? Because it is thinking it's just a very large number, right? And the large numbers ये save नहीं कर सकता Excel. So what it makes all of the other numbers zero. So a trick to do that might be, hold a second, do a right click, format cells, and rather than calling it a number, say it's general. No, it has already converted it into a number. So the other trick could be, it's a small data set, right? इसको manually edit करते हैं. So open the file in Notepad. Just where is the file? File कहाँ है तुम्हारा? अच्छा ऐसे खोल रहे हो? I would have done right click to that file and okay, and then just a second. Once you open the file, you have this data with you, right? Where is the form? Hey, don't open the data. I just want to see you to go to the digital to the collection form, the Google. नहीं Google वाला form कहाँ है? Can you see the Google form? So if you see here you have got the raw data. So क्या हो रहा है ना कि when you open it in CSV, it is thinking that's one big number. Okay. Right? So it's like 71 to the power 12. So क्या कर रहा है, कितना first digit लेके बाकी को 10 to the power बना दे रहा है. Okay. So one trick is कि manually copy कर लिया जाए. Okay. But वो तो और difficult होगा. There's less. I mean, if you do that, we had 4 different places where they could be living: in a hostel, in with their parents, living on their own. So there are more different groups. So, but you only have 16 data set. You make 4 cluster each data. Precisely. So with this data, the only thing which is possible is the binary classifier, if one classification exists. It might be possible that the classifier doesn't exist and will answer the question that boys and girls spend the same. But then what the kid should be able to do is take any one person, the person just by 24 month ka data, and do a linear regression on one person's data. Or write a loop and do linear regression on each person one after another. OLS is not very difficult. हम लोग first lecture में देखे भी थे. Okay. And that will solve the issue. So, to help everyone, somebody should have got the data cleaned up by now. No? What about you guys in the corner? Do you have your data cleaned up? 2 more data samples, okay. Then we are going to ask these people to help all of us, and if you can upload that data in the same drive, and then let's see whether CSV works. So people is telling us the classic problem of a computer programmer when people from business world do not give good data, or they give data but it's unstructured data. It's not only business world, any AI has the same problem. Getting nice data is tricky. मुझे follow कीजिएगा ही आप. What's happening? You're cleaning the data, okay. Are you cleaning it in Excel or you're cleaning in a notepad? The issue with Excel is the moment you close it will, so you've got loads of commas there, right? So it thinks it's one big large number. Okay, or try giving space and save it and then reopen it, see if it's still, just put one number. If you give space, is it working? Okay, then close it again as CSV and then open it again and see if it clicks. So other thing which you have realized by now, Excel can be a bit tricky sometime dealing with strange numbers. So it's a very good software for early analysis. But the moment you have got larger data sets or even stranger data sets, it doesn't cope well. No luck? Okay, now I'm going to solve you guys all of your problems. It's funny, when I open it in numbers in Mac, I don't see that effect at all. So what I will do is Sorry, you don't have? No luck? You don't have upload capacity, is it? Send it to me by email. Let me give it to your upload capacity as well. Or send it to me by email to wait. Just give it a second, okay? You continue working and I think I have got it cleaned up as well, so I will do it nice in 1 second. What should we do to Guru data? Have you made up your mind? You're discarding him? So except for Guru, I was able to do everyone at one go. I think it's only this one because it has got too much text. I couldn't be bothered to write a code to wrap it. Okay, so now on the same shared drive, you should have a cleanup.csv, which is the cleaned up data. And if you see that file, it should open nicely in any Excel. I still have a problem with TIA. Why do I have a problem with TIA? So the person whose name is whose login name was TIA, you gave me 11-month data of 2024. So this is why one of your 2023 data has moved in. So if you now look at the online form, come on, walk faster. So everyone else is cleaned up except oopsie daisy. So TIA data just lands 1 month short here. But I'll leave that for you guys to figure it out, what to do with such untrustful, unfaithful people. What about you, Mr. Mohanty? Can you access the data now? So you can access the data, but you will see on 2024, some people have used the word NA, some people have used the word no. So try. So, okay. What about you guys? Can access the data ना? नहीं, मैंने clear भी कर दिया अब. Now go back to. So that's it. So I've put it all in columnar tables. Okay, so you can read that, and hopefully the one mistake done by Miss TIA does not affect you. What about you guys? Can access the CSV file? Good. So once you can access the CSV file, life is easy. Open it as a data frame. Okay. If you want to make life even easier, change the table name on top. You know, the column naming which is there, which is still a big name. So just give it a single word name so that encoding things will be easy. And now it's very simple. Let's make the gender column as our output column. Let's make everything else as our training data. Remember, when you're using DF, use the timestamp, so date parts to be true. And just run the code which we ran yesterday. Okay? And now you guys should speed up. Otherwise, I will miss my train. It's only at 7 o'clock this evening. So हमें 1 घंटे लगे सिर्फ एक 12 कस्टमर के डेटा को क्लीन अप करने में. So now you can see when people make complex forms, क्यों करते हैं? Because the more click boxes and more tick boxes you have, the easier it is for the computational based data. And this way also we got this 1 star, 2 star rating. और अक्सर देखा जाता है फीडबैक में लोग कहते हैं, if I could give less than 1 star, I would have given 0 star. या negative star. Okay? So, आप random classifier को दीजिएगा classify करने के लिए, it will classify. The question is how accurate it is. Now, if you're only giving it 2 people to classify, so you train it from say 14 people and ask it to train on 2, the error can be 100%, right? It can count both of them to be women, both of them to be boys. Actually, error will only be 50%. You will never get worse than 50% result here. Okay. Good. So you'll have another 15 minutes to make the random forest up and running for me. And after that, pick any one person whose data you think is the most sane and see if you can do a linear prediction on the data. Pick anyone who has given you the whole 24-month data. And chop chop, it's a hackathon, let's be quick. To see those guys who are sitting behind. आप क्या क्या चल रहा है अंजुम? डेटा देख रहे हैं? ओके. 0 हाँ 0 कर दीजिए. ओके. There's still a problem. अच्छा ये एक्स्ट्रा डेटा हो चला गया क्या? किसका डेटा है भाई? Whose data which has gone extra? GIAN. Why has GIAN data gone extra? And it still makes sense, right? If you look at from first month, is there a month in the GIAN which is not done properly? Select the row. Let's see. Oh, there's 1 0. So I think you have to shift everything. So in case of GIAN, data is also a bit problematic. If you look at that, there's 1 0 in between, and the data runs for 1 month extra. So we might have to remove the 0 and move all the data this side. I mean, I can possibly do it myself. अब आप लोग भी कुछ काम कीजिए. तो किसकी हाइपोथेसिस थी मंडे को कि लड़कियां ज़्यादा खर्च करती हैं? अभी तक तो ट्रू नहीं हो पाया है. और जिनकी भी हाइपोथेसिस थी ये उनकी एक्सेस प्रॉब्लम है कि आपको पहले प्रूव करना है ये. हमने आपको डेटा दे दिया है. The other thing which you will notice जब आप डेटा एनालिसिस कर लीजिएगा इसमें, तो we had one data sample, छोटा डेटा सैंपल है. So we have about कितने पॉइंट्स हैं, 14 या 16, 17 है, 16 है, तो 8 बॉयज 8 गर्ल्स हैं. उसमें एक बॉय ने अपना डेटा अंडर परफॉर्म किया, राइट. गुरु ने अपने डेटा कम दिया क्योंकि उनके सारे जो recurrent cost थे उनको उन्होंने काउंट नहीं किया. He has only counted the unexpected costs. So because it's 1/8 of the data, it might pull the entire data of boys down. क्या कर रहे हैं आप, मुझे भगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप लोग हमको. So it has been an hour. हम आधे घंटे से और एग्जाम नहीं करेंगे. Actually, Between?
between the 2 years.
So the first 12 columns are 2023. I know. So the first 12 columns are 2023. The last 12 columns are 2024. Okay? So let's look at the data again. So which do you prefer? Do you prefer working in Excel?
Excel?
Hmm?
I don't know.
Okay, so download the data again. Let's see. क्या है? Okay, so does the data make sense to you? So essentially, what this has become, let's delete that part. So the first 12 columns here are, so the first bit is that, okay, your name, your gender, your year, what type of town you live in, where do you, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. Okay, and then you have got some people. So this is from where the 2024 data starts. Okay, and so if you're just doing pure data analysis, you can see there's already a problem. Some people write the word NA, some people are writing no, and some people are just leaving it empty. I also have this issue. This one data set has gone abroad. So what will I do? I'll go back and look. Why is this? I mean, has somebody given me 25-month data? Right? So if you go and look here, there's a 0. So that would have been a mistake. So most probably this whole data has been shifted by one trend here. So what we could do is cut this and paste it, and now that's fine. Okay, one person has not given me the 25th month data. Okay, but let's do it. So now at least 12-month data is there for everyone. Agreed? So this is now my next problem. These are numbers. Decimal is fine. That's still a fractional number. The numbers have problems are these people who are giving male and female as 0 and as male and female rather than 0 and 1. If it was 0 and 1, life would have been easier. And same here, medium sized town. This is alphabet. Okay. So there are two ways of doing it. We can either do it here or we can do it in Python. The one thing which I would like to change is this one, because we allowed people to give manual entry and each one has given them in a different style. So let's manually change every week. So here it's once every week. Every day we'll make it 7, right? 3 become 3. Often, frequent. What does that mean? 4. Good, well done. 2 to 3. 3, 3, 3 to 4, 4. And now that column is nice, isn't it? So we save that. So now I've got a nicer data to, yeah. Okay, we've got a nicer data. Okay, so Excel, we have cleaned everything. Now let's open it in Python, because these are easier for me to change in Python. You know why? Because these are structures which they have not entered data on their own. Okay, we could have done even that in Python. We could have done some natural language processing, but I haven't taught you that thing. But here, when they write in hostel, everybody writes exactly the same word. Right? So we can just look for that word and change that particular word. Okay, so open this data in Python. Okay. So now let's see. So wait. So is that where you have? Yep. Date parse is true. Make date parse is true. Dates. I think it is S, right? What did we do yesterday? Has this read? Did you have yesterday's code, or have you deleted that?
I just deleted it.
That's all right. Then can you go back to the shared drive? So if you go back here, I provided you all the lecture material as well. Okay, so it was in course of yesterday, wasn't it? D4. Let's check. Upsy daisy. See, programming is easiest of them all. It looks hard, but okay, the algorithmic part may be mathematically a bit challenging. No, it was not yesterday. You know what? I could go, it would have been in Python basics. Nothing else, that's where it would be, right? So let's see, when did we first start opening a file? So that was data frame. This is still looking at basic data. When did we start copying data for the first time? When did we use the base data for the first time? This is still data manually generated. Oh, there it is. So parse dates, not date parse. Oh, come on, let's type that. So type dates. Fun. Okay, so now I have the, look at the header, the do df.head. So just want to look at the first 5 columns, df.head. Well done. Okay, so that's the data we have. There's one problem here. It looked the timestamp, but it also gave another index. We want the index to be timestamp. Okay, so let's give the index to be timestamp. Is equal to, in bracket, single quotes, control Z. We can come back. Single quotes. Good. Now run it again. Hold a second. What did we do mistake here? Is it called timestamp? Is it index column? Timestamp is not in the list. It is called timestamp, right? Let's copy and paste from previous code. So another trick is never ever delete a code. What's a feature list and why do I need one?
We have called as feature list.
Where did I give you the code basics? It was in Python basics. that was still my earlier data, so it would not have had index underscore call. So go back to your Python script, index underscore call. This should be single, but what mistake am I doing here? We have included pandas and numpy, right? You know what, even if we don't take, what am I doing mistake? Don't worry, we will remove that column. We can remove that column, worst case, right? So let it be, run it like this, and the next line, let's remove that column. We did a column removal yesterday, right? So let's remove the column from there and proceed. So now our next task would be in this column, your gender. There are some male and female. We want to change every male to 0, every female to 1. Okay, and it should be a line code. And if not, that you can do a bit of Google search how to do it. You have a problem, I will be there with you. You can't open the file. Where are you running Colab? Okay. What is the error? Go down. UTF codec can't decode byte 0. Where is your file? Can you see the file? Or is it corrupted? Do one thing. Bring the file back to your computer. Open it in Excel. Save it again. Save it by a different name. Okay? Or save it as Excel and then save it as back at CSV. There might be a dummy character. Yeah. बट हम लोग मेल फीमेल तो नहीं कर रहे हैं ना. हमारे कॉलम का नाम है योर जेंडर. The column name is not male female, it's your gender, right? So one thing which I would advise you to see if you can change all the males to 0, all the females to 1, and that you can do by one line in no here, right? क्या चल रहा है भाई? Any luck? कहाँ पर अटक रही है गाड़ी? फाइल पाथ मेरा दिखा रहा है. Let me see. कंप्यूटर थोड़ा ब्राइटन करेंगे आप बूढ़े लोगों के लिए? Okay. What's the error? See Python. Invalid syntax in that line. Go up in that line. पूरी कोड कभी मेरे पर लिखा करो. Python is an interpreted language, right? So if you can't get one thing to work, but अगर फाइल पढ़ना है तो फाइल should be in quotes, right? And again break the code ताकि हम लोग एक एक करके एरर भी तो देख सके. Go down. Let's see what's the next error. Okay. Now the error ये है. Expected 20 fields in line 4 saw 31. line 4 यही है. एक और कोई नेक्स्ट लाइन एरर है, बट डेटा डॉट कॉलम मैनुअल क्यों दे रहे हैं? इट शुड बी एबल टू रीड इट बाय इटसेल्फ। जब आप फाइल पढ़ेंगे, कैन आई टेक द मशीन? इफ यू गाइस कैन टर्न। सो हमने फाइल पाथ डिफाइन कर ही दिया ऊपर में, तो आई कांट। इज इट अ लोकल मशीन और कोलैब?
So collab.
So let's do one thing at a time, okay? So हम यहाँ पर रहते हैं पहले, let's यहाँ पर एक स्क्रिप्ट बनाते हैं, let's see can we read the file। अगर हम फाइल पढ़ ही नहीं पाए तो बाकी करने का क्या फ़ायदा? We'll just read that thing. So is that the file path or is that the file name? File path आपने वेरिएबल ऑलरेडी बना दिया है, और हम और क्या कर रहे हैं? हम डेट्स पार्स कर रहे हैं, राइट? लेट्स सी। अगर यही नहीं काम करेगा तो आगे बढ़ने का कोई फायदा नहीं है। फाइल पाथ इज नॉट, यस फाइल पाथ इज नॉट डिफाइंड। आपने फाइल अंडरस्कोर पाथ कहा है। इज इट डेट्स पार्स या पार्स डेट्स? पार्स डेट्स। ओके, व्हाट? सेल्फ लो मेमोरी। कोलैब यूज कर रहे हो, राइट? कैन इट सी दैट फाइल? कल इसी तरह से फाइल पढ़ पाए थे कि आज का इशू है?
आज की issues है.
Should not do the trick. Is that the path आपके इसमें?
Yes, I have copied the path from the language.
Where?
Cleanable space with the 3 dot. Copy path.
That's true. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you have yesterday's code or have you deleted it all?
So I have.
So what mistake are we doing here? There would be one typo somewhere. Under this BT. Another thing, let's just so let's open this. That's also a CSV file. कल का कोई ये नहीं है क्या? अच्छा यही इसी लाइन में है ना? ओके, then that's fine. What I could do is see if any is reading any file or not, for that matter. So it should be in double comma and we don't need anything. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. Can you go? बस स्क्रॉलिंग करने की आदत है ना. Ouch. Is it single finger scroll or double finger scroll for? So let's not do that. I think it can take file.
Data.
No. What's the name of the file? Is it data.csv or cleanup.csv? Cleanup.csv in brackets. Let's see if that's something as simple as that works. You know what? I don't need these right now, do I? There's a problem with cleanup. File upload में corruption है. I can't open. Normally file को भी देखना चाह रहे हैं, तो हम देख नहीं पा रहे हैं. Do you have the cleanup file on your computer? कहाँ है? Okay. Let's do file. Save as. कहाँ रखते हैं आप? Everything is in desktop. So let's save it as Excel. Let's save it as Excel for a minute. Close it. Close it. Where is the Excel file? कहाँ गया? And there's an now save a copy. Now let's save it as a CSV file. So हमारा desktop पर जो cleanup है, this is the comma separated file. Okay, let's upload this one and see again. Okay. What's happening, people? Are you stuck still? कहाँ stuck हैं हम लोग? Which line is giving error? It's unable to read your file. Why? So first to just remove, can you see this file here? Why is it taking so long to read a simple CSV file? फाइल तो ठीक ही ठाक दिख रहा है. डोंट नीड मतलब उसी पेज पर हो तो आप डायरेक्टली इससे भी जा सकते. सो एक काम ये किया करो. सो राइट नाउ यू हैव ए प्रॉब्लम इन द सेंस कि आपका फाइल रीड अप नहीं हो पा रहा है. तो व्हाई have all of this code? Let's just do this much in a script. ये जब हो जाएगा तभी ना आगे के बढ़ेंगे हम लोग. तो पूरी कोड लिख के फ़ायदा क्या है? इंटरप्रेटेड लैंग्वेज है, लाइन बाय लाइन इंटरप्रेट कर सकते हैं. Let's just do this. Timestamp is not in list. It's the index वाला issue हो रहा है यहाँ पर. I think it's saving timestamp as something else. Some gap. Let's just do this and see if we can read the file. Okay, now we can read the file. Now we do the next step. So one of the issues which we had, it has got this CET word and AIM word from Google. So one thing which you could do is you could go back to your Excel file and just delete the damn line. This column, delete the whole column. कॉलम को मैनुअली डिलीट कर दें हम लोग. बट एज ऑफ नाउ वी कैन सी इट. ओके, सो फाइल जब पढ़ सकते हैं, नाउ वी कैन डू द नेक्स्ट स्टेप. ओके, I don't know, run it. You're sitting with a computer, right? हमें तो पैसे भी नहीं. हाँ, 0 accuracy आ रही है. So first classifier has given 0 accuracy for male female based on financial. Actually, why should it could be true that it.
वेंडर वाला सही आ रहा है 0 मतलब मेल फीमेल 88 है.
हाँ,
बाकी डेटा भी प्रिंट हो रहा है सही से.
हाँ,
बस वही है.
let me see. So df header को सारे हटाओ because it just prints. Okay, so you replaced male and female. Well done. कौन सा एस्टिमेटर यूज़ कर रहे हैं आप? रैंडम फॉरेस्ट यूज़ कर रहे हैं. 10 एस्टिमेटर तो बन ही नहीं पाएगा ना रैंडम फॉरेस्ट का. इसमें डेटा बहुत छोटा है. सो वन थिंग विच आई वुड एडवाइज पीपल कि कोड को 2-3 भाग में तोड़ो. अदरवाइज क्या होता है ना कि हर बार जब आप कोड रन कर रहे हैं, एवरी टाइम इट रन्स फ्रॉम स्क्रैच. क्यों? जब उतना वो कर ही चुका है, उसने मेमोरी में रख ही लिया है, तो क्यों पूरे को रन किया जाए. राइट, एक्चुअली हम तो कहेंगे कि इसको भी 2 भाग में तोड़ा जाए. जस्ट the classifier, that's the only one which is of interest to us, right? Control Z, Control X, Control V. Accuracy of random class. So how do you divide your data? कितने % divide किया आपने? 0.2. So now let's plot, let's print y test and y pred. वो तो हम देख सकते हैं ना मैनुअली चेक करके. If that was the last line it would have done. Actually, what we can do is split it in a code. Let's take accuracy prediction somewhere else. So that trick works with compile language. Okay, but if it's an interpreted language, क्यों नहीं line by line check किया जाए कहाँ error आ रहा है. So essentially, when you thought it's a boy, it's giving it a girl. When you're thinking it's girl, it's giving it a boy. That's what it is. ये हो रहा है, right?
इसलिए 50-50 में वो 0.
दोनों में 0 आ रहा है उसका. So let's do another fit. Okay, so estimator बढ़ाते हैं 4. See if that does any job. No. Let's change the random base. कहाँ है आप? शुरू में split कहाँ कर रही हैं डेटा को? इस लाइन में करना हम लोग ना, तो we can increase the random state का origin. Well, now at least you have got 50% accuracy,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So is 0 boy or 0 girl?
So 0 female, 1 male.
Okay. So what you can now do, because this is a small set of data, right? तो जो आपके फीचर साइज हम जहाँ निकाल रहे थे,
Yes sir.
उससे you can figure out कि which one of the data it is using for testing.
Okay.
Okay, so if here I go say for 4, still 50% accuracy, so it can predict that. But let's check test size बदलते हैं 40%. This will make it even worse, but we might be lucky.
Okay.
But so actually this is just y predicted दिखा रहा है ये.
हाँ सर.
Print. Oh god. Can you put no, not there. आप कीजिए तो उसको print. Run it again. And just this one. So this is nicer this time. So which is boy, which is girl for you?
1 male, 0 female.
So 0 is female.
Yes sir.
So we had 4 male and 3 female, and it thinks all of them are female. And now it thinks all of them are men. Let's go for half data. Not bad.
Yes sir.
Not
Okay,
bad
so
at all.
Yes sir. We got it.
62% accuracy in prediction by doing very stupid thing. We'd use half the data for training and half for prediction using random forest. 62% is not bad considering you're only training with 8 data points. But you see, now the trick is you can start playing with various parameters to see where it trains properly. And this is where the overfitting strategy comes in. What if it fits for this data set but will not work elsewhere? Mhm. So our hypothesis, which is that girls spent more, that has not been proven yet. What has been proven is that there is a possibility of separating boys and girls based on their spending patterns. So why don't you take the average of girls and average of boys? Or plot or do a time chart of that. Okay, good. आपका क्या हो रहा है? So did it work that stage? Oh, so where are you stuck now? Which part? So your gender. What's the error? Key error your gender. See, the thing is, first you need, you're making male as 1 and female as -1, right? So let's see if this step works. Before going to size, which line is not working? The size line or? So why don't we just do here print, sorry, df underscore head. देखते हैं कितना दूर तक हुआ. Nah, it's that line which is not working. आप गिनती कर रही है. So let's comment this line. Where is hash for commenting? And comment this also. Oh, sorry. It's that line which is not working. So क्या गलती है इसमें? It is called your gender, right? Syntax error है कहीं? Key error your gender. Did you change the name of the columns or the column? सारे columns का name manually बदला आपने, manually बदला था.
In that index, sir, only gender columns. Gender and
The other columns you just left it as it is.
yes.
Try doing that. Can you edit this file here?
Yeah, will.
Okay. What's happening there, guys? Still working? अटके हो तो call me. If there's an error coming, call me. I might be able to fix it. कहाँ चल रहा है आप लोग, कहाँ पहुँचे हो? डेटा रीड कर रहे हो? CSV फाइल रीड हो गया? Show me. Don't write the whole code. यही तो गलती करते हैं आप. Okay? चंक में 4-4 लाइन का चंक लिखिए और उसी को इमीडिएटली इंटरप्रेट कीजिए कि वो काम कर रहा है कि नहीं. यू नो हाउ टू डू दैट? कि मैं दिखा दूँ? आप करेंगे? ओके. ना इनको करके देखो अभी. आई आइडियली सबको भी कर दोगे तो हो जाएगा, बट हमारा ये डेटा बड़ा है ना, तो जस्ट इसको करके देखो. Can I have a look at you? Sorry. So it's funny, कुछ लोगों में इंडेक्स कॉलम नहीं काम कर रहा, आप में काम कर रहा है. ओके. So you have male 8 female. Okay. So now you have to change इनके वैल्यूज. ओके. तो मेल को 1 करो, फीमेल को 0 करो और वाइस वर्सा. ओके. सी, you only use the data from the finance data. You did not use where they are living for their prediction. नहीं, leave it. It's anyway very sparse. So, okay. But actually, can you do this? Is it easier to predict where they live? No, we have most of our people are living in hostel, right? So it's not going to make much difference. We don't have enough data. Okay. Goodie. क्या हुआ? कहाँ तक पहुँचे? आप कर रहे हो कि आप कुछ और कर रहे हो? Oh, you want to prove your hypothesis? Yes? हाँ. हाँ. उसमें it was written. Good spacing. Oh, okay. Okay. Actually, this is a problem which many people are facing. Guys, you know when we are looking at DF, your gender, and it's often saying कि your gender does not exist. Actually, in the CSV file में your gender के पहले एक space है. 2 spaces है. So you have to change the name as 2 spaces. Okay. या फिर CSV file में जाके बदलिए. Okay. Good. Okay. कौन क्या यूज़ कर रहे हैं? रैंडम फॉरेस्ट यूज़ कर रहे हैं. ओके. 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 Then let's see, where is the error? 2024 expenditure column problematic है. अगर आपने कॉलम में जाके देखिए. So एक काम मैंने ये किया, एक्सेल डेटा देखिए जरा. So I would just delete the name of those 2024-2023 expenditure. Right? इनको just because file naming में कुछ and the other issue ये है, कुछ data dodgy है. जैसे ये जो ज्ञान भाई साहब हैं, इन्होंने 1 महीना में 0 डाल रखा है. और इनका अगर बाद में देखिएगा डेटा, सो डेटा प्रोसीड्स बाय 1 एक्स्ट्रा मंथ. वो डाल, एक आदमी ने सिर्फ 23 मंथ लिया है. ओके ओके, एंड देन इनको ज़ीरो कीजिए या फिर नॉट प्रेजेंट कीजिए. ओके, दैट माइट डू द ट्रिक. ओके, सो सी एक्चुअली या फिर मैनुअली यहाँ भी चेंज कर सकते थे, बट सी इफ दैट वर्क्स. एक्चुअली जब बैठे हैं तो लेट्स सी इफ इट वर्क्स. किस लाइन में? यू हैव टू रीड द फाइल अगेन, राइट? नहीं नहीं, इट्स स्टिल शोइंग टू, सो पढ़ना पड़ेगा ना फिर से, to import the file again. Was this the file which we were editing?
Yes, sir.
Sure?
Yes, sir. Because you know, sir, previously we know paperwork.
Okay, okay, let's do one thing. अगर file में पढ़ रहा हूँ, just do a df head show after the reading. हाँ, hold a second. इन दो लाइन को अपना हमने 2024 कॉलम का नंबर ही हटा दिया है ना, so just comment, just made it empty, let it number by itself. So उन lines को ही हटा दो. Why do you want to change it to numeric? तो already numeric है. Let it read as not a number. Just comment कीजिए इस line को for the time being. That's not how you comment in Python. Yeah, yeah. I know. हमारा भी वही drawback है. It's not a language. Go on. Let's see. और उसके बाद आप क्या करना है? So you drop NA भी मत हटाइए. Don't drop any data for the time being. Let it train on everything. Okay, so comment these lines as well. And comment the, actually you may converting them all as comment this line as well. I would suggest let it train on okay, you created something called total expenditure. आप add कर रहे हैं तो you are further reducing your data set. No, but think of it this way. You had a 24 column data. You are reducing it to 1 column data. You are taking average. You are basically, so you are applying a mean filter on your data. But if the moment you use a mean filter, it's taking the average data. You're not gaining anything from the spread. What if the girls spend more in September and boys spend more in October? That data is lost from this thing. हो सकता है अगर आपने assume किया है ये. So rather than summing it, keep the entire data set. What I would suggest is, if you're really that fussed, go back to your Excel sheet. Delete these columns if you think all of these columns are used futile. You can delete them here, or you can delete them in just to undo, do an undo. So you can unrecognize. So when you're looking at your training data set, training data set, just look at these data for training. So go back to Python. Don't delete. Go back to Python. So यहाँ पर type your df at somewhere. Just do a df header. I want to see what's the df in df header. कहीं भी जहाँ पर you have changed the gender. Do a df head. df dot head. हम देखना चाहते हैं क्या है डेटा, अभी कैसा डेटा दिख रहा है. तो प्रिंट कीजिएगा. df is not defined. Hold a second. रीड हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है? df, अच्छा आप डेटा कहते हैं अपने आप को. ओके, फेयर इनफ. ओके, और मैं जनरली क्या करता हूँ, ये तो डेटा फ्रेम ही है ना ये. You have not called it df as a variable, right? So what I do कि मैं प्रेफर करूँगा कि इसको आप अलग इसमें रखिए, इंटरप्रेटेड लैंग्वेज है. So once we know where our data is,
halfway ना कोड करके पहले रन करना था.
we do it halfway, then we see. Now columns from here onwards are called unnamed. So what you could say, take column number 7 to column number so much as my training data. So जैसे आपने x बनाया, x को आपने क्या कहा, your generator. Y is column from here till that column there. Why do you have not a number for some people? Okay, those who have not given you data for the last 24 months. So what you could say, you can say, okay, column number 7 से लेके column number 18, 12 month के data पर ये करो. Okay. The whole idea is to give it as much data as possible. Okay, so just y को बनाइए, वहाँ से यहाँ तक लीजिए. Now you have x and y.
Can I put a range over there? Range now.
Yes, you can. It's a matrix, right?
Yeah, matrix.
Okay. So search कीजिए how to find a range. So can I go through a flow chart of what we are expecting to do? So let's see which stage people are and where you are stuck. Okay. So first thing you should have done is your CSV file should be half decent, and if it's not reading, save the CSV file XLS and then save it again as CSV so it would remove any testing. Then you would have done your read CSV file. Is everyone been able to read their CSV file? Okay. After that, what you would have done is you would have changed the your gender column, male to a number, female to another number. Okay. That everyone has been able to do? Good. And after that, what you would have done, you would have said my Y, the output, is that your gender column. That's where stuck, or is that done as well? And your X is all the finance column. Let's just only give it the finance data. Okay? I think that's where some of you are stuck. And once you do that, rest all is whatever we did yesterday. Copy and paste from yesterday. Right? Yes, there's a hand raised up. I'll go and... Do you want me to come to you or do you want to say something? Okay.
So instead of one for male and female, can I filter it out and make a new table for male and then treat it like this?
But if you make two different tables, how are you going to be able to classify?
Sir, in the last time,
Why? What does it?
male and female before.
So what's the advantage of doing that? You are shorting it, right? Short doesn't make any difference to me. You know why it doesn't? Because if you random forest use karoge, then you'll pick a random number. So it will train with random set of data, right? So sorting doesn't make any difference. But what I would advise you is to change, make it a numerical number. Okay. So आपका error कहाँ हो रहा है? Can I have a look? ऊपर रखिएगा जरा. So X data set. So it has read the data. आपने सब कुछ पढ़ लिया, right? Oh, good. That's hard work. You went and changed everything to. Okay. And you renamed all the data sets. Okay. So my Y data is no more expenditure January. So that's also another thing which that's you could do as well कि हम January expenditure predict करें. But जब predict करेंगे तो सारे लोग का नहीं predict करेंगे ना, एक आदमी का predict करेंगे. Okay. Let's try to predict the gender part first. या कि आप ये ही predict इसको भी just actually you know what, ये भी बुरी चीज़ नहीं है. Sorry मैंने क्या किया, delete तो नहीं किया आपकी कोड को, delete कर दिया. Control Z. So let's try to predict the 2024 expenditure. Okay. But अगर 2024 को expenditure predict करना चाहती हैं, then 2023 का financial data should be part of training. आप network को train किससे कर रही हैं? It has got no, otherwise it has only got date of birth and financial information, right? तो 2023 का डेटा दीजिए और कहिए कि अब हमको बताइए 2024 में क्या होने वाला है. Then I can understand. Okay, try it. Whole thing नहीं करना. There's just a subtle change from there. आप लोग मेरी ट्रेन छुड़वाइएगा इस तरह से. And you guys are driving me to Puri. If I miss the 7 o'clock train क्योंकि आपको मैं debug कर रहा था आप लोगों कोड को. So another problem which you can now pick up, we have 2023 data and 2024 data of everyone except 3 people. Can you predict for those 3 people? Okay? Sorry? हाँ ठीक है बुलाओ. Problem is good. चुपचाप बैठे रहना is not good. 0% accuracy. That's also not a bad answer. But then now we'll change. Look at, so what does 0% accuracy say? No. The hypothesis is wrong. हमने एक hypothesis भी तो शुरू की कि इस financial data से we can tell you your gender. Right? So this data is either incomplete, more data would be good, useful, or this hypothesis is wrong. There is no difference between these two. Or random forest is not enough good enough predictor. Actually, simple decision tree try कीजिए rather than random forest. Decision tree classifier, just replace the word random forest. See that. I'll come to your code and have a look. Just give me a second. So, one more thing मैं बताना चाहता था आपको. So show me your code. थोड़ा brighten कीजिएगा. Okay. So show me your, where do you create your random forest discriminator classifier. So अभी आपने number of estimator लगाए हैं 100. हमारे पास डेटा कितना है 16, राइट? तो 16 में आप 4 से ज़्यादा डिस्क्रिमिनेटर नहीं लगा पाइएगा. ट्री भी तो बन रहा है ना. ट्राई टू बी समथिंग लाइक 3 और 4. ओके. अब दूसरी चीज़, इट्स स्टिल अ वेरी बैड रैंडम फॉरेस्ट. दूसरी चीज़, कितना % डेटा आप ट्रेनिंग में लगा रहे हैं, कितना टेस्टिंग में लगा रहे हैं. स्प्लिट क्या है 0.2 है. गुड. गो डाउन. एंड आप क्लासिफिकेशन रिपोर्ट दे रही हैं ना. So remove all these print df commands which you have in between because it's just showing me. Okay. Yeah. So आपके कोड में, why do you guys write big codes? छोटा कोड लिखा करो ना. So if you had all of this written separately, काम करो. random forest यहीं से बन रहा है ना. Cut it. Control X. यहाँ से एक और कोड स्निपेट बनाओ. So that बाकी सारा पहले से पढ़ा हुआ और बार बार नहीं पढ़ा जाएगा. We are only going to change these things now. Okay, so let's now see. पूरी क्लासिफिकेशन रिपोर्ट पढ़ने की जगह हमें क्या हम तो सिर्फ ये जानना चाह रहे हैं ना कि हमें क्या प्रेडिक्ट करना था और क्या आया. So why don't you print here y test and y pred. एक लाइन में y test डालिए और दूसरी लाइन में y prediction डालिए. You could do in one, but ठीक है.
आ जाएगा
वो खुद टाइप करेगी. मुझे कंप्यूटर पर विश्वास नहीं है. So go down. Hold a second. क्या प्रेडिक्ट कर रही हो? नहीं, go up. What is y? What is x? Okay. हाँ नीचे जाना. Just show me what is y. Y is. Hold a second. सिंपल कोड लिखने को कहते हैं, तुम लोग और टेढ़ा कोड बनाते हो. क्या कर रहे हो ये? डिस्प्ले द फर्स्ट 5 rows. ये कहीं से कॉपी किया हुआ कोड है ना, उसको तुमने चेंज किया है. क्यों? लेबल इनकोडर. क्यों? इतना सिंपल तो डेटा था, इतनी क्यों मेहनत कर रहे हो रे? उसके बाद तुमने मीडियन निकाल दिया डेटा का. डेटा तो गया घास चरने. The moment you calculated median, my data went up. 12 कॉलम का डेटा था, आपने एक कॉलम में कन्वर्ट कर दिया उसको. फिर फीचर इंडेक्स लगा रहे हो. फीचर इंडेक्स तो काफी सिंपल है, देयर इज मेल एंड फीमेल. इतनी मेहनत करने की जगह कल जो कोड लिखे थे उसको कॉपी करते तो बात दूसरी होती. कम ऑन, लेट मी सी. आई नीड Sardar ji, could you move that side please and give me a place, or one of you stand and I will sit. तुम लोग ना कैसे नहीं छुआ जाता है? You always go like this. Error calculation doesn't matter. मेरे पास 2 सैंपल का हम टेस्ट कर रहे हैं. क्या जरूरत है इतनी फैंसी स्टैटिस्टिक्स करने की? ओके, लेट्स सी. हम इनको कॉपी करके फिर से पेस्ट करेंगे यहाँ पर. अगर आपने सिंपल कोड नहीं लिख पाएंगे आप, तो कॉम्प्लेक्स कोड की मेहनत कोशिश कीजिए ही मत. और कोड समझ में नहीं आया, विच मीन्स लिखना नहीं चाहिए. सो दैट्स द फाइल इन विच यू हैव सेव्ड इट. ठीक. ट्राई थ्रो कहाँ कर रहे हैं हम? एक्सेप्शन है आपके यहाँ कुछ? Are you expecting an exception? तो क्यों लिखा? कहीं उसने दूसरे कोड से यहाँ से कॉपी किया तो उसने भी लिखा था. नहीं नहीं नहीं, बट ट्राई थ्रो जब कहते हैं when we accept an exception कि फाइल में कुछ गड़बड़ होगा, तब ये कीजिए. ओके, we don't need it right now. So guys, the others can take a tea break. हम लोग 20 मिनट में वैसे फिर लंच ब्रेक भी रहने वाले हैं. ओके, गो एंड हैव टी, अदरवाइज चाय ठंडी हो जाएगी और फिर इनको पूरी चाय पीनी पड़ेगी. ओके, वी डोंट नीड एक्सेप्शन. हमारा कोड अच्छा है, हमने डेटा खुद मैन्युअली चेक किया है. राइट? ये भी हमें पता है प्रिंट 5 रो करता है ये. राइट? हम फर्स्ट 5 रो प्रिंट कर लेंगे देखने के लिए कि क्या है. राइट? वाई रिक्वायर्ड कॉलम्स? जिस डेटा से आप लिए उसके पास 9 ही कॉलम था, आपके पास 25 कॉलम्स हैं. डोंट नीड दिस. ओके, एनकोड कैटेगोरिकल फीचर. आप मेल फीमेल कहाँ कर रहे हैं इसको? numerical column path coerce median nah. Okay, so let's see how does my data look like. df कहाँ है? file reader कहाँ है? कोई बात नहीं, वो लाइन कहाँ पर है? where do you read the line? कोई बात नहीं, एक्सट्रेन हो गया. इंपोर्ट फाइल पाथ प्रिंट डेटा, पहला वाला ही. लेट्स आई एम राइटिंग फ्रेश कोड नाउ. राइट? तो हम जो आपका कंट्रोल F CSV, आपका रीडिंग फाइल रीडिंग स्टेटमेंट कहाँ पर था? कहाँ पढ़ते हैं आप? where do you read the file? Here. Right? So that's my file path. Let's read the file path. करते हैं कॉपी किया है ना. फाइल अंडरस्कोर पाथ को पढ़ेंगे हम. ओके, सिंपल. और हमारे फाइल में क्या है, हमारे फाइल में टाइम स्टैम्प्स हैं, राइट। तो पार्स अंडरस्कोर डेट्स क्या होंगे, ट्रू होंगे, राइट। और क्या है हमारे जो हमारा कॉलम है वो कौन सा कॉलम है, टाइम स्टैम्प वाला, ओके ना। अब हमें ये भी बताया गया है कि हमारे कॉलम में इसके पहले स्पेस है, तो लेट्स गिव इट अ स्पेस। हटाओ इसको, गुड। हमारा ये फाइल है, हमने फर्स्ट 5 लाइंस पढ़े, दिखने में ठीक लग रहा है, ओके। अभी ये भी एक कॉलम है जो इसमें 2024 एक्सपेंडिचर और 2023 एक्सपेंडिचर लिखा हुआ है, आई विल बी रादर रिमूव दैट, ओके। तो व्हाई डोंट वी गो इन, कहाँ पे एक्सेल फाइल कहाँ है, ये कोलैब में खुला हुआ है,
ग्रीन वाला, ग्रीन।
कौन सा, ये वाला है 224 ना, लेट्स सी इट हियर इटसेल्फ। So what I could do, क्योंकि ये वाला जो वर्डिंग है ना 2024 एक्सपेंडिचर, कैन आई डिलीट इट हियर, कैन आई एडिट इट हियर,
तो एक्सेल में करना पड़ेगा।
no it should be, it's a text file, ऐसे मूव अलाउ करता है हमको, ओके I can do it here, 2023 expenditure, 2024 expenditure, so ये टेक्स्ट फाइल है, राइट। तो 2024, so you know इनके पहले जो स्पेस लगा हुआ है ना, दैट्स वाई इट्स कॉजिंग प्रॉब्लम, अदरवाइज अगर हम इनको ऐसे रखते तो कोई इशू नहीं होती। So let's now do this line again, okay। Now let's see क्या हुआ इसको डिलीट करते हैं, did it, was it able to, oh it did not change, चेंज किए भाई, ये मेहनत की हमने, नहीं चेंज किया, वेयर इज इट डाउनलोडेड, और मेरे पास एनर्जी बिल्कुल मेरी रन लो कर रही है, ओके यू नो व्हाट, download, this is the one, right। खुल जा मेरे भाई, खुला हुआ है,
इसको क्लोज करने के लिए
लेट्स ओपन, ओके राइट। अगर यहीं से एडिट करना है तो यहीं से करते हैं, डिलीट, ओके। देयर इज वन मोर एरर हियर रिगार्डिंग दिस ज्ञान, इसमें there is 1 0 here which has come here, and then if you look for everything after this month it has gone 1 extra month, okay। oh hold a second, आपने delete कर,
that one extra month.
we thought it was fishy, and let us now delete this column, clear, okay। so that is my text, ठीक है, वही extra column, मतलब डेटा कुछ गड़बड़ होगा यही ना। let's do one thing, let's give the last column to be 0 because that's in, okay। let's leave the data as it is, so इसको हम अब अपलोड करेंगे, कंट्रोल सेव एज, डेस्कटॉप, थोड़ा डिफरेंट नाम दे देते हैं ताकि कंफ्यूज ना करे 225 करके, unless 224 was your lucky number. क्या हो रहा है भाई, सेव तो कर दो. Who is Ranit Mishra? Well done. भाई लोग का कंप्यूटर लेके भागना चाहिए, राइट? 225 डाउनलोड्स में था क्या? 22 फाइल हमने भी बनाई ना, कहाँ बनाई? Okay. And now we are saying कि भैया the file name is now 22 Upsy daisy. Okay. ठीक है. अब हम कह रहे हैं कि हमारा y जो है is nothing but वो डेटा का पीस है जिसके कॉलम का नाम क्या है? योर भैया आ रहे थे, आ जाओ. जेंडर. Okay, that's my y data. Let's do print तो हटाओ ही, बहुत स्पेस लेता है. I should be able to see the whole code at one go. Y dot just to y, कुछ भी करने की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि 16 कॉलम्स ही है ना. I can see. Okay, it did not like me. What's the error? Your gender. स्पेलिंग सही था कि हमने कुछ गलत किया? ट्राई करते हैं ये. ठीक है, ये हमारा y हो गया, राइट? गुड. अब इसको हटा देंगे. अब हम इसको फिर से रन करेंगे so that I remove that thing, otherwise. And now we start writing the next code. Now I need my x data. x कौन सा डेटा होगा बताइए? नहीं, हम किस डेटा से प्रेडिक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं? फाइनेंशियल इंफॉर्मेशन, एक्सपेंसेस से, राइट? तो एक्सपेंसेस वैल्यू कहाँ है? हमारे इस कॉलम से शुरू करता है. सो बेसिकली हम ये कहेंगे कि एक्सपेंसेस वाला जो कॉलम है वो इस कॉलम से शुरू होके अंत तक है. ओके, दैट्स ऑल. जब हमने ये काम कर लिया, वो काम मैं आपको करने को दूंगा, रेस्ट मैं आपको अभी लिख देता हूँ. उसके बाद लाइफ बड़ी ही आसान है. उसके बाद सिंपल ये काम करना है. सी हम लोग x ट्रेन लेंगे, y ट्रेन लेंगे. हमने x और y आइडेंटिफाई कर देना है. ओके, देन व्हाट आई विल नीड टू डू, सॉरी छोटा कोड लिखो, इतना भी नहीं करें. उसके बाद हम कहेंगे कि ट्रेन और टेस्ट को डिवाइड करो बिटवीन x एंड y, और यहाँ पर हम छोटा x और छोटा y ले रहे हैं. ओके, सो वी डिवाइड इट इन 20% थिंग. जब हमने डिवाइड कर लिया, देन हम कहेंगे कि एक रैंडम फॉरेस्ट एस्टिमेटर बनाओ. डेटा 16 ही है तो हैव स्मॉल नंबर ऑफ एस्टिमेटर्स. ओके, मॉडल फिट करो बिटवीन दैट ट्रेन, मॉडल प्रेडिक्ट करो. डन. ये सब करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. क्लासिफिकेशन रिपोर्ट लिखने की भी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. एक्यूरेसी भले लिख दीजिए आप. अगर उतना ही शौक है तो राइट प्रिंट वाइट टेस्ट, हमारा डेटा वाइट टेस्ट क्या था, एंड प्रिंट हमारा वाई प्रेडिक्टेड क्या है. दैट्स इट. एसेंशियली क्या कर रहे हैं हम? हमने रैंडम फॉरेस्ट मॉडल लिया, उसको फिट किया, प्रेडिक्ट किया. हमारा कोड कितना छोटा है आपसे? तो आपको मैं एक काम दे रहा हूँ कि अगर सब कुछ कर दूंगा तो फिर आपके रहने का क्या फ़ायदा. टेल मी हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू मेक योर एक्स, दैट्स इट. उसके बाद you can play with these things. You can play with different random states. You can play with different number of estimators. But this is too simple a code for you guys to make life difficult. कितने टोटल कितने लाइन हुए यहाँ पर? 4 इनके 1 2 3 और 5. एक्चुअली एक और काम करना है, सॉरी ये भी मैंने नहीं किया. सो योर डेटा जो है वो भी मेल फीमेल में है. यू हैव टू कन्वर्ट इट टू 0 and 1. ओके, सो यू हैव टू राइट 3 more lines of code. It cannot be longer. So there is a reason जब मैंने शुरू किया था पहले दिन मैं आपको सीधे कोलैब और इस पर नहीं गया था. I made you type things. कि अक्सर क्या होता है कि हम लोग नेट से प्रोग्रामिंग जब सीखते हैं तो यू ऑलवेज गो अप विथ ए कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोग्रामिंग, कॉपी करते हैं उसको लाइन बाय लाइन सीखने की कोशिश करते हैं. आई विल हाईली एडवाइज यू गाइज पिक ए बुक ऑन पाइथन. ओके, और शुरू में जो वो बेसिक कैरेक्टर से शुरू, याद है मैंने किससे शुरू किया था? फ्लोट क्या होता है, इंटीजर क्या होता है. टाइप योर कोड इनिशियली, डोंट कॉपी एंड पेस्ट. तब आपको पता चलेगा कि टाइप करने में क्या, क्यों टाइप कर रहे हैं ये चीज़. तो मेरा कोड जोड़ के 5-10 लाइन का है. दैट्स इट. एंड देयर ओनली मेन कोड तो बस यही 3 लाइन है. मॉडल डिफाइन कीजिए, मॉडल फिट कीजिए, मॉडल प्रेडिक्ट कीजिए. उसके पहले खाली एक्स और वाई डिफाइन करना है. ओके, ठीक है. आपका क्या चल रहा है, कहाँ फंसे हैं? हाँ. हाँ. आपने -1 में मैप करने को कहा है, क्या मैप कर? हाँ. ओके, डज इट कॉल इट मेल या डज इट कॉल इट फीमेल? एक्सेल में है. देखिए फीमेल नहीं है, फीमेल के पहले 2 स्पेस है. एवरीथिंग. सो डू मेल के पहले 2 स्पेस दीजिए, फीमेल के पहले 2 स्पेस दीजिए. एंड रन इट अगेन. एक स्पेस है कि 2 है, वही देख रहा हूँ मैं. 1 2 नहीं, 1 स्पेस है, सॉरी. 1 स्पेस बिफोर, 2 स्पेस बिफोर फीमेल, 1 space before, 2 space before male and female. You know what, just delete all the spaces from CSV file. You know how to do that. Okay, जहाँ भी डबल स्पेसिंग है उसको हटा दीजिए. ओके, ये आप लोग कीजिएगा. Go and have your tea. Actually it's almost lunch break now, but still have your tea before we go for lunch. लंच में कितने बजे आना है भाई? टाइम है? वी हैड ए, आज लंच ले जाना था ना इनको गेस्ट हाउस में, तो अभी जा सकते हैं. गाइज हैव टी एंड वी विल डू इट आफ्टर लंच. ओके भैया रुकते हैं. ओके जनता, लेट्स डू द लास्ट डिस्कशन फर्स्ट, उसके बाद मैं चला जाऊंगा, आप लोग अपना कोड बनाते रहिएगा. ओके Can you guys do one thing? Can you get Dr. Mukherjee and get him sign this before I go? Okay. And थोड़ा अगर बैठ जाओगे आप लोग तो अच्छा होगा ताकि बच्चे. Right, the papers to read would be another paper on liquidity forecasting, and we said we will discuss this before I let you go in peace, even if we don't do how to choose a neural network questions, but we will do this. So the problem comes from this fact. धंधा चलाने के लिए पैसा चाहिए. Okay? Now we are not talking about capital cost. We are not talking about the cost needed to make a building या manufacturing या plant की cost की बात नहीं कर रहे. हम बात कर रहे हैं day to day operation के लिए क्या पैसा चाहिए. Right? तो क्या होता है कि you need net cash outlays. cash आता है, cash जाता है, आपको खर्चे होते हैं हर दिन. और अगर if you get an investment opportunity, कहीं हम पैसा इन्वेस्ट कर सके तो. तो अगर आपके पास पैसा नहीं है, इफ यू डोंट हैव गुड अमाउंट ऑफ लिक्विडिटी देयर, यू गोइंग टू या तो पेमेंट डिले कीजिएगा, या फिर अगर पेमेंट करना हो तो यू हैव टू सेल योर एसेट्स, और इफ देयर वाज अ प्रॉफिटेबल इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू इन्वेस्ट. एग्रीड? या फिर आपको लोन लेना पड़ेगा बैंक से एट ए वेरी अनफेवरेबल टर्म, या फिर you will have to catch a loan shark. Okay? So the other thing is how criticality of having cash for any firm, that depends on the probability that I will have a liquidity crunch. Agar if I know well in advance that my cash is going to come and nothing is going to change, then maybe my criticality is a bit lower than when I have got a risky business. Now, generally, the classic book definition of liquidity goes something like this. It's a measure of short-term cash flow, not a long-term, immediate. It's not cash which you have, but the cash flow. कल परसों तक मेरे पास क्या पैसा आ जाएगा, or the ability, which includes the ability to convert assets to cash. So say my assets are buildings. That's a very difficult thing to convert to cash. But if I have gold, I could sell it immediately, and most probably not at a big loss. Right? So that's a more liquid thing than that. On how can I acquire cash? So do I have deposits which I can हम उनको तुरंत भजा सके, or I can take quick loan to meet my short-term obligations and liabilities. Again, we're not talking about what I'm going to pay loan tomorrow. In other words, if all I am owed today, if I have to pay today, how much cash would I have after paying everything, and how quickly can I get that cash? Okay? Now, liquidity is studied in many ways. So banks study liquidity because उनको cash रखना बहुत जरूरी होगा. Central banks study liquidity, how much cash should be there in market. Because if cash is not flowing, things are not happening, economy is not growing. And if you don't have enough cash, then you end up with having a bank run. And we talked about some bank runs yesterday. Right? Because the idea is whatever loans we have given, they will only mature in some time, whereas my depositors can ask for money immediately. A very good example I said we will talk was the Presidency Bank of Bombay. There were 3 Presidency banks, Chennai and Calcutta being one of them. So it was established in 1840, and banking was core to the British business. Wherever they went, they established bank because there should be people to take money and give money to you. It was fairly stable till 1860, till the US Civil War started and people started asking cotton from another sources. So India started producing cotton, and Maharashtra cotton was important. To that action, that many cotton companies sprung in Bombay. और उसके बाद इस प्रेसिडेंसी बैंक ऑफ बॉम्बे ने लोन देना शुरू किया इन कॉटन कंपनीज को कॉटन पैदा करने के लिए. कई बार लोन्स वेर इशूड अगेंस्ट शेयर्स ऑफ दीज प्राइवेट कंपनीज जो खुद अभी अभी नहीं बनी है, राइट. बट आप कह रहे हो कि हमारे पास ये कंपनी का शेयर है और वो कंपनी देखो इतना कॉटन प्रोड्यूस करने वाली है, तो आई एम wealthy in shares. और कई बार just personal security पर they started giving loan. When US civil war ended, the cotton supply ended, these people जिन्होंने हमसे loan लिए थे, they went bankrupt. So they can't give me my loan back. Now I don't have loan either. As a result, I go bankrupt. But very soon, I mean, they went bankrupt in 68, 67, and by 68 we had a new Bank of Bombay which was established, which later went on to be part of the Imperial Bank and then State Bank of India. Something similar happened in India जब स्वदेशी movement चल रहा था. तो स्वदेशी movement में एक feeling थी हमारे हिंदुस्तान में कि हम सब कुछ स्वदेशी करेंगे, कपड़े पहनेंगे, किताब पढ़ेंगे और बैंकिंग भी स्वदेशी करेंगे. We will not go into a bank run by Europeans. A lot of banks came up in Swadeshi movement. Then World War शुरू हो गया. So before these Swadeshi banks got established, or a lot of them were open with Swadeshi flavor, but a number of जो लोग चला रहे थे उनको, they did not have the capability or awareness of how to run a bank. A very good example is the Indian Species Bank. That gave a massive loan to a pearl manufacturer who could not meet the loan. So one big loan ended up taking the bank down with it. So I was yesterday doing a Google search for British Species Bank and I came up with some very interesting court cases which ran much after the British Species Bank had, the Indian Species Bank had collapsed, because it had given money to people, it was expecting money from people, and that never came back. So many of these Swadeshi banks collapsed. Our bank collapse kept on happening. I mean, we're still having smaller collapses. The smaller banks, when they collapse, you don't hear of them. I mean, there was Sahara's collapse, which happened sometime recently. Right? Till the banks were nationalized, which took the risk of collapse out of them. Now, most other countries do not have a nationalization of the banks, particularly the one in Western world, but the government still insures your capital till a certain sum. So your deposit till a certain sum. So for example, in Europe, your wealth till 100,000 euros in any one bank is insured. So if the bank goes bust, the first 100,000 euro you will get, but anything else is your risk. Okay? And banks can go bust. So this thing also happened in US, and this was only happening 2 years ago. The interesting bank was Silicon Valley Bank, which was a big loaner to startup capital. Things like Airbnb took loan from them to start up. And some of the biggest tech ventures had taken money from Silicon Valley Bank. Now, because Silicon Valley Bank also had deposits of some of the fairly rich people, now if you want to be a stable bank, what do? Where do you invest your money in? You give money to the government, thinking government is going to be a stable source of it. So US government issues these bonds called treasury bonds. Essentially they are US treasury bonds, and they're given at a certain token, so that you will get so much money at every few months while you have given us money. Now the treasury bonds interest rate is market driven quite often, but also is fixed at a starting. हम आपको इतना interest देंगे. But with time, the average interest rates in the market went up. The Fed increased the interest rate. तो अब जो हम अपना करोड़ों पैसा दबाए हैं, उस पर हमको 2% इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है, और अब मार्केट में 5% इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है, हाइपोथेटिकली लेके चल रहा है. तो मेरा 2% वाला इन्वेस्टमेंट तो बहुत बुरा है ना. फिर क्या हुआ कि सिलिकॉन वैली बैंक से कुछ लोग पैसा निकालना शुरू किए. तो अब मुझे पैसे कहाँ से मिलेंगे? मैं अपना एफडी बेचूंगा. राइट, एफडी मैं ये इन कैश कर नहीं सकता. आई कांट इन कैश माय एफडी, आई विल जस्ट सेल माय इन. सो nobody would like to buy my FD of 2% right now when they can go and invest in a 5% FD. As a result, I will have to pay it at even lower price. So they started selling their treasury bonds at a much lower price, and in due course of time, it was too difficult for them to sustain there. The cryptocurrency hit led to First Republic Bank and Silvergate Bank, and then many other factors came together for Signature Bank to collapse. And this is when the Fed came in, because if we have one after one other banks collapsing, things may go downhill very soon. Now, so this is a classic forecasting problem. I don't know what I will need tomorrow. We did a bit of classic forecasting problem in the morning, and even that was tricky for an individual. So for large corporations, so till now we talked about banking liquidity. Now firms also need liquidity. If you're a firm operating only in India with only one subsidiary, life is comparatively easy. But if you're a large multinational firm having multiple subsidiaries operating in multiple countries, then knowing how much cash I need to keep at the corporate level, because I don't see day-to-day operation of every small entity, right? And each is operating in a different environment, each is making different product. Okay? So can you think of, say, let's take an example of Tata's for that matter. Who owns Tata's in India? Who? Go on, no? That's perfectly fine, you can come up with it. So who is the majority shareholder of Tata's, Tata Sons? You know, Tata Sons owns many small companies like Tisco, Telco, and there are others, Tata Consultancy Services for that. Who is the majority shareholder of Tata's? Yeah, so who is their majority shareholder? Sorry? Tata the individual you are talking about. So this is where Tata is a very interesting company. There are two companies I often talk about, Tata and Bosch. Bosch in Germany and Tata here. So Tata is majority owned by two charitable trusts, which are named after this. Well, actually, there are the groups called Tata Trusts. There are many trusts. They are named after this one, Noshrawanji Trust, Ratan Bhai Trust. This is, I'm talking about the son of Noshrawanji Trust, the first trust, right? These trusts are primarily the owners of Tata Group, and this is why when Ratan Tata was the chairman of the trusts, he was the charitable entity, they had enough power to remove the chairman of the Tata Group, Cyrus Mistry, because they were the majority owners. Okay? So it's an interesting firm that most of the profit garnered goes towards the charitable purposes. There are few families like the Tata family, they would be owning in single percentage digits of the ownership. Mistry family owns it. So there's all owning 3, 5, 10%, that kind of thing. But the majority shareholder is by the trust. And same with Robert Bosch. Majority trust is owned, I think Bosch family owns 9% kind of thing, and the rest of it, don't quote me because my numbers may not be correct here. But the majority is owned by, is a charitable trust. And then of course there are cooperatives, where large firms but they're owned by their own employees. Right? So say for people like Tata's, which they are operating a large number of different businesses. So Telco is making locomotives, steel is being made, and then there's a computer science part, then there's a hotel chain, there's an airline now, right, as well. Each is having a different cash flow entity. Now when I'm sitting at the board level, I don't need to know the entity, but I need to know at the board level when my whole board go bankrupt. So that becomes a fairly challenging, complex task. We're not going to do this exercise because we're still struggling with 14 sets data, so we're not going to deal with that. I will tell you how we ended up doing this thing. Now, many of these firms, the way they do liquidity planning is they have experienced finance advisors who have been sitting in the firm for a long period of time, and just out of their experience, they come up with a number. The number is predominantly a naive forecasting. You basically look at the last month digit and the past of it by a bit of your memory. So overall, हमको इतना पैसा चाहिए. Now, of course, it suffers from limited accuracy and trustworthiness. It works because that's the only model you can do. Otherwise, it becomes a fairly complex model. Now, you could do a time series analysis. You can do an internal data analysis of for one or few months in the firm. Like, okay, we have seen data in past. Can I do time series analysis to predict market? Now, unfortunately, large firms do not operate purely on their internal data. So yes, I am going to make so many things. Yes, I know my customers will be. We are also bound by the external data, which is not internal to us. The market conditions. Say TCS employs people in, or is buying products, or is selling products to European customers. right? So European customers are paying them in euros. Tomorrow euros collapse. I'm paying my employees in Indian rupees. If euro goes down, I'm going to suffer a loss of money, right? I still have to pay the same Indian rupees to my employees, but I'm getting less income. Commodities pricing. If I'm a manufacturer, for example, I'm a telco, I'm going to buy, say, paint to paint all my cars or my trucks. The paint cost goes up. It's not in my hand, I didn't plan for it, but market commodities has changed. Weather patterns. Which part of Tatas will suffer from weather? They make salt, don't they? Right? That could affect geopolitical consideration. I mean, we were selling a decent number of product in Russia. The war starts. Americans don't want us to do any business with with Russia, and that causes quite a lot of. So these things are going to cause me cash problem as well. They are not my internal data. So purely analyzing my internal data is not going to, I mean, most will give me an answer, but may not be very decent answer. Now, typical historic research in liquidity has primarily looked at bankruptcy prevention. How much money do I need not to go bankrupt? दिवालिया बचने से बचने के लिए कितना पैसा चाहिए? That's the primary concern here. The problem these days which is happening, say one sector collapses. We just saw what happened to bank. One bank collapse, it leads to a cascade issue. So financial crisis from one person to another person can also cause concern to me. And this is why purely internal determinant is not the best way, may not be the best to reflect it. Now, so that's why we counted that there are two input parameters. One is output is liquidity. Input is my firm's financial data and the macroeconomic parameters. Now, the relationship between these two is difficult if not impossible to derive because it's a very complex interworking of data here. So we're going to assume it is as if it's a black box. This amount of data we have, because we are a large firm, we have got history from there, and just assume it's a black box of something. With some prior intelligence, because make it a complete black box, we'll never know when it will converge and what kind of models to use. So we're going to use some prior intelligence of known situation, how the bank's situation has operated for faster conversions. And this leads to what could be my external variables. I did say yes, there is external market is going to affect, but what? What number should I change? So we did a bit of literature search. Things like inflation is a good metric. It's a national level metric. Exchange rates, interest rates. So if people can get more interest from bank, they will not buy stuff, they will just put their money in the bank. GDP growth, that's going to tell me how many people will be tomorrow ready to buy things. So good, so that was our approach. So we looked at the data from past, and then the expert prediction was a naive based on the last month. We also used standard time series analysis, the autoregressive integrated moving average, so moving average plus some regression based analysis. And then we applied a new learning scheme called QBIST, which is a rule-based regression algorithm. Okay, so we apply rules, and I'll explain to you in a simply. It combines a part of decision trees, the kind of trees we have seen, and a part of linear regression as well. So both of them, it merges together to do that. So idea this is, so you take a time series data and you split into smaller chunks of time series data and you predict on each one of them. So each branch of this chunk is utilizing a new rule or a different rule with intermediate linear models at each tree step. So each tree is following a linear model, and then the terminal one, you smooth it by some linear predictions from the previous one. So there's two-step process here. One is to divide data into two different subsets, and second is to apply regression models to individual subsets, something like this. So you have a rule which divides the rule into different subsets, and once you have applied, you try to fit a regression model on each one of these data, and then you bring them together. So that's what we are going to do. And now we will talk about things which has troubled us the most this morning. What has troubled us the most? Arranging data. We saw the data yesterday. Data था हमारे पास, हम सोचे कि बस आज तो 2 मिनट में कोडिंग हो जाएगी, और उसके बाद रियलाइज करे एक तो किसी ने कॉमा लगा दिया था, एक एम्प्टी स्पेस था, एंड दैट troubled us a lot. Coding was not that tricky, वो तो कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे थे हम. So this was the same problem which we faced here. So what is the data we need to measure liquidity? One is inflows, क्या पैसा आने वाला है. Another is outflows, क्या पैसा जाने वाला है in immediate future. So inflows are customer payments, customers will pay me, not orders. Orders जो already हो चुके हैं, जो हमारे पैसे आने वाले हैं. Outflows क्या है? Things which I have to pay to suppliers, my payments to employees, and dividend payments. Okay. And then you need to cluster them, because employee payments are also different in different parts of the world. A very good example, in Europe, in many countries, you often get a 13th month salary as a Christmas bonus. Okay. So if you're only predicting for 6 months, 6 months around December is going to be a different prediction when it comes to my outflows. I know I have to spend more money during that month. Dividend payment only happens after the shareholders have had a meeting. So if we have a meeting, say in March, you know in April my outflows will increase. My inflows haven't changed, right? So inflows will be following a certain trend, my outflows will there. And then each subsidiary is going to have a different cash flow strategy, cash flow problem, because they're operating in different business areas, have different growth. So we started clustering first. Remember the clustering which we are talking about, to cluster groups in different types of activity. Right? So that's the first thing we did before we did regression. Let's cluster each one of them separately. And then we also removed traditional components like capital investments, because that is not what we think is purely part of liquidity, because these are driven by manual decision. कल को हम एक factory बनाना चाहते हैं, एक और जमीन खरीदना चाहते हैं. They are not time series decisions, they are spot decisions. So you can't really predict for such things like this. So 48 monthly time series data was collected between January 14 and December 18. This was the data we used. And then we had different clusters. We had net cash flow cluster, customer receipt and payment to suppliers. And generally most large firms will have an ERP system to give you this data. Okay. Now you could also cluster your whole thing based on the market or the business area they're working in. So you can say, okay, all of those working in Europe become one cluster, all regions working in US becomes another cluster, Asia becomes another cluster. We did not do that, because when I'm sitting at the board, I'm not really interested in how much money Europeans are going to make versus how much Indians. Overall, what my board wants to know, that's more important to me. Okay? So we did not cluster based on the separate thing. The other thing is, at corporate level, I have very sparse data. I have one data figure for the entire firm. Right? इतने $billion चाहिए थे हमें. That was one figure. I don't have the individual viewpoint, how is it moving. So we had to go down to a subsidiary level and do cash flow analysis at these subsidiaries. And over a period of time, subsidiaries also changed their way of working. So that we had to ignore quite a lot. So we looked some of the cash flow from their balance sheet, and also things like the online transaction processing system like ERPs, as well as OLAPs, the online analytical processing which is there in the firm. Good. Then let's do a quiz question here, and let's do a thought process. So I talked about some of the data which might be needed from the external factor. Let's do a discussion between ourselves. If we are designing that system, so internal data is this, we know. Internal data in the sense how much money I expect to see, what I need to pay. What external factor should we consider if we are a large firm? So exchange rate we have already discussed, right? What else? Net worth of whom? Because our data is already there. That's internal. I'm talking about external data. Health insurance, insurance costs. But that I'm already paying to my employees. So The firm is not taking an insurance cost. So data which is not related to my firm. So exchange rate is not related to my firm. It's a rate between two countries. So think about external market factors which could influence our operation. Good. Very good line of thought. So what does the share market is going to do? But we can't look at individual shares. So maybe we can look one of those metrics like Standard and Poor or some industrial Dow Jones Industrial Average, because that is reflecting the strength of the economy as such. और क्या ले सकते हैं? War based stuff. How do we translate that to numbers? Sorry? Remand? If there's a number we can get it. What else? How do I translate that to numbers? Natural disasters, yes. Number of times in a year. A past data is some form of weather data. That's what you are looking at, right? That could influence this. What else? Again the question, how do I translate it to numbers? I agree with you. But remember we had this problem of translating male and female to numbers this morning. There was 2 points, right? Of course we can do a natural language processing and extract some stuff out of this, but let's keep a step back. Competition of some sort, yes, very good point. I'm making you think because often as data analysts or data programmers, we don't think about the data kahan se aa raha hai, and that's critical. A long time will go in data. Coding हम लोग कर चुके हैं, libraries बनी हुई हैं. Most of them. Of course, there are some people who would go and work on making better models. That's perfectly fine. Anything else? Employment rate. That's a very good measure, because that tells me how many people are employed and may have cash to buy my stuff. Generally, birth rate is a good number. I come up with you, but most of the people who are being born immediately are not going to be my customer. Unless, of course, I'm selling baby milk. Yeah. No. Taxation rate, well done. Now, skill rate, I was going to ask you, so how do we measure? Do we measure based on number of people who have appeared for IIT entrance? I'm just arguing on what could be. You might be right. Maybe number of people who are being trained or graduation rate. Remember, right from the beginning, I did not tell you what my company makes. All I said, it's a multinational firm. I'm not allowed to tell you. Even in my research papers, you see, we can't name the firm. You can make a guess of the name of the firm based on the affiliation of my co-authors. All I can say, I'm a multinational firm. So we are doing a black box analysis. I'm too big for customer reviews. If I fall, I take down the whole country. I'm that big. Okay, there are some firms, if Tata collapses tomorrow, there will be a big problem. I'm one of those. Okay, so so this is what we did. So internal factors, we had these two: turnover, account receivable, account payables, and purchase expenses. We look at the forex rate, for example, USD Euro forex rate. Stock index, we're a German firm. We took the DAX, but we took stock index per country. So DAX there, Dow Jones. And then we look at the stock index for industry as well. Like there's Tech DAX in Germany, there's Dow Jones Industrial Average in US. We looked at commodity prices. There's something all manufacturing firm needs to use. Oil, gas, naphtha. Okay? Energy prices, they're important for me. So if energy price is going to change, my input will change in due course of time. And not only that, they in turn affect many other things. If energy prices go up, inflation will go up next year. That will lead to increase in my employment costs. We also looked at macroeconomic indices per country. Why is this not working? So this is what happens when you move from one machine to another. So we looked at things like the consumer confidence index. So there is a metric. US industrial production index over. We also looked at things like German car manufacturing index, because car ownership and car purchasing is going to tell us about the health of German economy. Okay. If you are in India, maybe you can also look at the agricultural indices which are there. Okay. And then of course we had to clean data. Data was not nice. I'm going to talk about this thing. We started with a figure something like this. You have an anomaly that does not look right. So similarly, had we plotted our financial data today, GIAN, one of the person would have got a 0 in 1 month. That was an anomaly. It cannot be right. Right? So it had happened as that data was shifted by there. Now, if I go by the same strategy, these will, if I look in this window here, small window, that will look like an anomaly. But if I look at over many years, that's not an anomaly. That's a seasonality. And that's a feature I need to know. I know my supplier payments are going to be seasonal. Right? So my suppliers make a much larger payment in the month of May for some reason, May and November. Right? So that's a feature I need to know. So I should not be removing this data. So sometime a data may look anomaly in short distance, but had that same person given us data for multiple years, in every June the expenditure is 0, which is possible. The student has gone from his home to his family's home. और फिर माँ बाप खर्चा कर रहे हैं पूरा. That's a possibility. We know that was not a possibility in our data case, but that is a possibility. Then the question is ये कि हमने predict किया, अब हमको compare करना है कि हमारा prediction कितना अच्छा है. How good is my prediction compared to an actual value? So did we look at any metric last few days or have we not? So, so we used the direct performance metrics as provided by the metric library. Now a good number which many people use is root mean square error. Right? So you take the difference of the error, square it, add all of the errors, divide it by the number of particles and take a square root of that, because it's considered a fairly neutral error to positive and negative ones. We decided against that because we wanted something which treats positive and negative errors symmetrically. So we went for a mean absolute error. Okay. Now, there's an interesting case for liquidity. If my liquidity is going to be high, if I have a positive error in prediction, that's generally okay, which means I will have more cash. Okay. If I overestimate my net cash flow and I don't get that much money, my actual liquidity goes low. So negative error in prediction is actually worse than positive error in prediction. So these are not symmetric per se. So the classic simple matrix which deal at any error symmetrically are not necessarily the nicest error when you're looking at cash flow. Look at this your own way. Cash flow jab prediction karenge, whichever model you are using is using a root mean square error. But you like to be positive rather than negative. But in all of these, positive and negative are equal. Unfortunately for us, our firm didn't care about positive or negative error. They're too large for this thing. So we went for a mean average error, which is this. You basically take the average value and divide it by n. In our case, we also took a relative mean average error, because there were some points where the data was becoming too curved. So we divided by the average. So whatever is the mean average error, you divide it by the average of the values, and that's what we used as our performance metric. Good. Remember, we wanted to say how good are we compared to an individual or compared to time series analysis. This I have already talked about. The way we predict it is we're looking in this 6-month slot, and the 6-month slot we're moving. And in real life, also this way, not just prediction is not the sole goal, it's to prepare the board. So in every month, we predict something, the data takes up, every new month data, it puts it back into the system, retrains, and then repredicts for next 6 months. Now, as you can see, some of the errors I would not be able to tell you the exact value because I am restricted by my corporate partners. But this is what reflects how good or bad it was. We're reflecting in 6 forecast steps. 1 month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. So if the error is highest, the darker the color is, you can see the naive error was fairly high over the years. But later down, the naive starts working fairly okayish. So people with experience can tell you in a year's time that will be needed, but immediately next month we will have high error, because with experience it averages out all the bumpiness in your data. Okay. Cubist, the learning always performed better than Ariba, because Ariba was only looking at my data series, my time series. Now we are looking at my series plus everything in the market. So rather than boring you more with this, I'll just tell you some of the results. So here is a result comparison of our analysis versus what was being used in the firm automatically, how accurate were. So if you look at the aggregate, so over aggregate we performed fairly better. So blue is the machine and the orange is the individual. We performed about 10% or 9% better in net cash flow. So we could predict net cash flow right now for a multi-billion-dollar company. 9% better prediction translates into a very large sum of figure. Okay. So they were, earlier also they were accurate to within 82%, and now we could do this better. If you boil down to subsidiary levels, and if you look at the customer receipt forecast, actually the difference is not that terribly high. It's possible because each subsidiary operates differently, and we are trying to apply one model to everyone, so one model fits all is not necessarily the best solution. But if you look at individual month predictions, we are doing better than many of these things. When it comes to supplier payment forecast, so customer receipt forecast, we supplier payment, what we need to pay to our suppliers, that we did significantly better, okay, at least 1% better than, and even at subsidiary level, so we're doing better at that job. So it's a fairly complex system which was designed. It is now used in the firm, so they are using this to make their predictions, but at the board level it saved quite a lot of money. Maybe at the subsidiary level we should have used a different model than the single model which we go for. Okay. So I'm purposefully keeping away from maths because this is kind of our last session, and I would like it to be pleasant rather than boring you with loads of equations or coding. Let's do a bit of discussions as to how to and when to forecast. We should not be using a neural network every now and then. Okay, so if you make a prediction, it should be something which should be visualizable and interpretable. My business colleagues will not be looking at this 1% or 2% data accuracy. So any prediction should be tied into the ERP system of the firm itself. The other thing is it does not always hit at the first time. There's a cost benefit analysis. You need a computing power, you need to pay a computer scientist. So it may not be best for every firm, but it always works in the long run. The initial investment helps you in the longer run. The similar questions were being asked about use of computers in Indian Railways. Early in the beginning when computerized ticketing came in, people said, why do we need this? We still have loads of ticket issuers, and computers are costly. A computer costed more than an annual salary of that person. Now we don't, are there ticketing machines still left? Ticket boxes, do people still go and buy their tickets, or they're all gone now? But the number would have reduced significantly, right? The question to ask is, can data from one firm or can analysis of one firm be applied in another firm? We don't know that because we have not tried this, but there should be, I mean, there are different seasonal patterns for each firm. There's a different volatility. There's a different type of data availability. So bottom line is we are saying कि हमारी नौकरी और है. एक data is not going to be, or एक analysis is not going to be applicable in every firm. Last but least, should every firm go to a computerized or to a AI based liquidity predictor? Most probably not. If you have low liquidity numbers, if you know your input output is kind of fixed, there's no use going to do this complex system. If you're a small firm, right, and if after doing this thing you're only going to make a saving of €1 million or so, maybe it's not, well, maybe in the Indian landscape it is good, but in the landscape it's not the best. So in the summary, I told you about one of the papers which we worked on, how we use data analysis in a business environment to help the board level without knowing exactly what's happening at individual shops downstairs. How different skills of different type of data was used, how it was cleaned, how it was programmed for. Okay. So hopefully the 3 case studies which we have looked at from the last 3 days, one was looking at filling the matrix of missing user interface, other was looking at classifying my data, and this one looked at actually predicting absolute values. So it was a regression based analysis, it was predicting a number. This looked at 3 different aspects of machine learning. I purposefully kept it broad for you to appreciate where different domains where it has been applied. Give you a feel of things beyond our typical computer science landscape. Okay. With that, I will bring it to an end for our teaching part, and we'll go back and try to finish our morning exercise to see online. Okay. So let me see if I can somehow find, or should I come and fix it? So how should I do it? Should I do it on the machine and you all can see, or should I come and help make you do it? Make you guys do it. That's nicer. Okay. So we will do this. The other way to check the data analysis could have been to look at the time series of girls and boys. So you have 12 data points or 16 data points. Just plot them against time. Right? Give them different color and just plot them. The visualization will already tell you if boys are above girls or they're just randomly distributed between one another. That would have given the answer to that question as well, right? Also see if the average of boys and girls makes sense. And there lies the question, how do we do average? There are 3 ways of doing average, at least here. You can average each person's annual expenditure and then average it and compare just the annual expenditure, or you can compare the monthly average of all the people. Does it make sense? So annual average of everyone, or monthly average of boys versus girls, we can compare that. Okay. I had also given a backup database of India.csv on the same thing. My idea was, if this did not work, I know that the backup database has got a much larger, I think it's about 20,000 people with both men and women and their financial experience. That would have given us the answer to that question. So as far as these 16 people are concerned, I think none of the random forest predictor are telling us girls spend more than boys, at least till now. Right? So sorry, your hypothesis doesn't seem to be right. It just seems to be the grass is greener on the other side kind of hypothesis. So how many of you did not give your actual amount of expenditure? हाथ उठाओ. तो आप ही ने चोरी शुरू की. Really? So कहा जाता है ना कि एक चोर सबको समझता है कि सबके सब चोर हैं, राइट? हम तो चोर हुए ही, सब थोड़ी बहुत डिसऑनेस्टी करते ही होंगे. But there are actual data predictions. People have studied this thing. And yes, you are right to some extent, but the expenditures are different between boys and girls. So we looked at the Irish data yesterday. when the alcohol expenditure of boys was more than the girls, but housing accommodation for girls was higher than the boys. Right? So if you look at the overall expenditure, the toiletries was higher for girls, but shoes was higher for boys. So overall expenditure is not terribly different between these two. या आपको भले लगता होगा कि आपको अपनी बेटर हाफ को पेमेंट करना पड़ता होगा खिलाने के लिए, या फिर आपसे लोग निकाल लेते हैं लड़कियां ज़्यादा, which is your stupidity, that has got nothing to do with gender biases. Good. I will come back to your chairs and then we will see how it goes from here. Works online, and I don't think you have energy to listen another lecture of mine now. So if you are interested, go back and read on it. If anybody is interested further in discussing this, you can always write an email to me and my secretary, and we can set up an online meeting. Okay, but nothing will happen till March, because till March I want to see India. Okay, good. I will now come to your systems. क्या हो रहा है आप लोग का? अब घर जाना चाहते हैं सर, रांची वाले बोर हो गए सारे. एक घंटे बाद फ्रीडम मिल जाएगी तुम्हें. क्या हो रहा है बाबू? Do you want a medicine? Do you want a कहा उनको करने को. देना बाबू. इसको हटा दोगे जरा. So I didn't do this analysis. This is analysis done by our stellar colleague here, and you guys can see this data, right? He just puts the average cost in 2023 and 2024 per month. Blue are the girls. There was a shock. ये तो नहीं हो सकता. Huh? मैंने नहीं किया है, किसी लड़की ने भी नहीं पैदा किया. So you can go and check the data. और या फिर why don't we do this thing? You have got the whole data, right? You do the same thing. Just plot the average of these two and let's see what happens. बाहर खाना कम करो, लड़कियों को ब्लेम करते हो. अच्छा, लड़कियां आपसे खर्चा करवा रही हैं और ब्लेम उन बेचारी को कर रहे हैं आप लोग. हाँ, see, I have got both a son and a daughter, so I can't be biased towards any. Though my daughter is only 3 years old and my son is 10, my daughter has learned कि भैया मुझे हिस्सा लेना है सब चीज़ में, बराबरी का. right? तो अगर भैया को टैबलेट चाहिए तो हमें भी चाहिए. Your identifier is not found in access. Is it called? इसमें एक ही स्पेस है क्या? Let's look at this data.
I don't think it's talking about identifier. It's beginning of this line, no?
Key error. So let's do this thing. Let's remove just your identifier. Sorry, क्या हो रहा है? Let's remove your identifier. I know हम थोड़ा चला रहे हैं इस पर अभी. Let's see if everything else works. So the only thing which is working, not working is ठीक है. देखते हैं क्या है. So can we look at this code? There is a semicolon after that. No. If I can. Excuse me. What does it say? कहाँ एक्सेल में खुला है कहीं? तो let's look at क्या है इसके. उसके बाद भी स्पेस है. Bravo. Now all I have left is timestamp and these figures. Some of them are not available, but they are there. अब compile किया जाए. Okay. इसके रन से split किया जाए. And learner predict किया जाए. Y predicted plot कर रहा है. Let's also print Y test. Okay, तभी न जानेंगे हम कि कितना अच्छा था. So 1 is boy or 0 is boy for you?
0 is boy, 1 is
1 is girl. So somehow it has taken all the, so it thinks everyone is a girl here.
no, is boy.
So let's make 0.5. Let's take थोड़ा ये बदला जाए. Let's change the parameters. Number of estimators 100 नहीं हो सकते यार, क्योंकि 16 ही डेटा सैंपल्स है ना. Now it's not that bad. It got few wrong, well, got many wrong. प्लॉट तो नहीं करेंगे हम लोग, एक्यूरेसी कैलकुलेट करेंगे. देयर वाज एन एक्यूरेसी कैलकुलेशन पार्ट लास्ट टाइम.
Yeah, that we said it was not audible.
हाँ, बट टिल नाउ इट्स वर्किंग. नाउ यू कैन स्टार्ट प्लेइंग. सभी मैंने डेटा सेट बहुत बढ़ा दिया है इसको, तो 0.1 करते हैं और 0.2 करते हैं, 1 ही रखते हैं. लेट्स सी. ओके, सो 1 0 गेस करना था, इट गेस्ड 1 1. That's 50% accuracy. We know. Why is that is 67% accuracy. That's not bad for a small. जितना छोटा data set रखे हैं हम लोग, right? And now you can do, जब division कर रहे हो, you can change the state so that it divides it differently. Now it has divided and still it has got 62. 3/4 is 75% accurate. इतना बुरा भी नहीं है. Okay. So bottom line ये है, कोड को सिंपल रखिए. Good. आप लोग का क्या हो रहा है? लक, नो लक? कोड तो काम करवा के ही रखूंगा मैं. लेट्स सी क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. So you have got it working, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And your accuracy is 71%. Why don't you list? I mean, how do we know कि किसको गलत estimate कर रहा है? Boys को girls estimate कर रहा है कि girls को गलत estimate कर रहा है? So what you could do here is you can just print them. Print y test, print y predicted, and we can see it here.
And sir, after that graph के लिए क्या करना?
So what do we want to see?
Boys versus girls का graph, expenditure उनका.
तो पहले या तो एवरेज निकाल दो, एवरेज का एक्सपेंडिचर करो, राइट? यू कैन डू मीन पर रो और मीन पर कॉलम, एंड देन करके देखो. What's happening, guys?
Sir, I got 50%.
50% accuracy. Now, this is where things are a bit tricky here. So the number of estimators which you have used is a bit large. There's only 16 samples we have.
So I'll use 15, 20.
No, we can only use 2 or 3 now. Cannot form 200 trees from 16 samples.
Okay.
Right? And maybe also a bit less number of, so give it more things to train and less to. But what will be other interesting thing is, let's see these values.
Okay.
Right? So why don't we do print y predicted, print y test and y predict.
I'll
Yeah, put the bracket later. You have to put them in bracket. Put them in bracket. Yeah. This will give you a syntax error. This is what we want, and same for y test. Upar mein. Next line up. So what's your mother tongue?
Telugu.
Okay. I should have learned to speak Telugu when I was in Warangal, but my Telugu did not evolve. So now you can see what's happening. So we had 16 people. These 5 we are trying to predict, right? And your accuracy has gone down dramatically, hasn't it? So let's change the random state in which we divided it first. And let's also change this. Run it again. 60% accuracy. Okay, so it all depends upon a bit of process parameter.
How
But
much
no,
you got tested?
whether is it 1 a boy or a 0 is a boy?
To one as boy.
1 as boy. So you are doing fair. No, you're equally wrong for boys and girls, but you are doing fairly right in them. You can change the state here again.
Till it becomes accurate.
No, it will never become 100% accurate. It's just, so when I change the random state, it's just choosing different set of people to train and different set
Okay.
of people to,
Shuffling
so
itself.
because it's saying 80% accuracy now, but you can see it is wrong. Oh no, it is wrong. Oh, why? Okay. So with 80% accuracy, you can tell who is a boy or a girl just looking at their bank statement. I think your answer was, I could see my sister's bank statement any day and tell it's hers, not mine. Right?
I really spend more, sir.
You spend more than her?
I spend the most in my family.
Look, here's another real life example, spot example. Now I can make you popular.
I spend for everybody in the family, sir.
Sister and brother. And the brother claims he spends more. Exception.
Sir, for household expenses,
What, do you go and buy the salt and rice from you as well?
I buy everything.
Acha.
From medicines to doctors.
Does he speak the truth? Or he's just making a Mickey out of me? Okay. Last I will look at Anjum and then we are done. So, आपका क्या चल रहा है? So, आप accuracy prediction में you're getting it wrong. So before we do that, why don't we look at these things? We predicted that, right? So why don't we print what have we predicted and what did we test? So what did we test? This is random forest one which you're looking at, right? So what's my test variable? Y test, right? And what's my predicted variable? Y predicted. So let's see. Sorry, can't hear. नहीं, okay. नहीं, ये तो y predicted यहाँ से ना आपका. It's the same variable, you just created it tool. I mean, it's a variable name, whatever name you give to it. But hold a second. Why is doing it this way? ये कुछ issue हो रहा है. And this is why we need to sometimes visualize the number. Okay. Why is my data 01514 and my prediction 007? That doesn't sound right. Are you taking, what are you doing? Are you predicting? You're not predicting gender. वो कर लिया आपने. क्यों नहीं ले सकते? नहीं. हाँ. नहीं. So were you able to do the gender differentiation? Okay. So अभी आप क्या कर रहे हो? Are you looking predicting for each person? Prediction month wise. So if you want to do 1 month, regression करना होगा ना हमें. फिर भी करेगा. Should, okay, do it 1 month, but I mean this is so this is just the variable, right? It's just a variable name. So why are you changing different variable names here? So question ये है कि हमारा y test data is 01514. That doesn't sound right. Is this my test data? ये कुछ गड़बड़ लग रहा है. Let's go straight from there. ये कर रहा है कि अटका हुआ है? Let me just do something. Bring a purposeful mistake, right? मतलब ये चेक करने के लिए था कि कुछ हो भी रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है. पे वेरिएबल लेते हैं. So I'm predicting for everybody. It's predicting everybody is going to spend the same amount of money. What did we think they are going to spend? कुछ डेटा था हमारे पास पहले ना. वाइट टेस्ट भी था हमारे पास. Why is my white test so small? Y डेटा क्या है? कहाँ सेट किया Y? Where have we set Y? This one. Let's print this. Oh, got it. So that's the prediction. X train, X test, Y train, Y test, model fit. Doesn't matter which is this 2023? But are you not then predicting for 2023? But you are training it with the whole X data, right? Your X data is so when you do a linear regression, how to put it this way, so your training data should be everything from January till February. January 2023 till February 2024. That will be your training data, right? And then your testing data is the last column of March 2024. So it's trying to learn from all the historic data, all past 11 months, right? And whatever it predicts for next month, it should compare with that data, right? Right now your training data, what is your training data? Is this the whole thing? That's your training data. There is no training data. Oh, sorry. Man, there is no training data. Because you need to give the financial data to be trained as well. So your training data has to be all those columns from 2023 January till. So why don't we do one thing? Let's take the whole data set and remove few columns and remove the last few columns, and you're done. Timestamp to run it though, that's a metric, but your identifier, your gender, your year of birth. So if you know how to remove data, right? Just let's remove this data and then leave everything else which is there. Yeah. Okay, but we do need the January, February expenditure data, because right now your X is just your gender. You can't predict just based on the gender, right? Can you? Without any financial information about the genders. But Y is my output. y इनपुट थोड़ा जो है, इनपुट तो x है और x में कुछ भी नहीं है. तो लिटिल वंडर इसने प्रिडिक्ट किया कुछ, इट गिव कि जब हमारे पास कोई डेटा नहीं है तो एक डिसेंट प्रेडिक्शन है कि सब के सब बराबर खर्चा करेंगे. So these numbers जो थ्रो कर रहा है prediction numbers, but right, because it has no data to train against. So what you could do, the other way you could have, ये आपके मैनुअल कॉलम लगाए हुए हैं क्या? आई डोंट नीड ऑल ऑफ दैट, बहुत मेहनत कर रही हो. द अदर थिंग, इतनी मेहनत करनी कुछ भी नहीं. व्हाई डू यू नीड टू लेबल दीज कॉलम्स? हाँ, बट अदरवाइज ये एक लेबल तो देगा ही, अपना लेबल देगा. तो कॉल इट कॉलम 10, कॉलम 11. तो यू डोंट नीड टू. सो लुक एट दिस वे. जब आपने डेटा सेट पहली बार पढ़ा है, कहाँ पढ़ा है आपने? Oh, you have already given January, February by this time. ठीक है. And then what do you do? Why do you're renaming the columns? ठीक है ना, जैसे दोस्त में क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Okay, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. But these are all done, okay? So what we could very easily do is we could, the training, so your X data is the problematic now, right? So what we could do, let's take all of these. नीचे वाला ज़्यादा प्रेफर्ड है. अंडरस्कोर लगाएगी लड़की, बिना अंडरस्कोर के हमारे. But you said 2020. Hold a second. This doesn't make sense. Just a second. Data set dot head. पहले कॉलम को 2024 एक्सपेंडिचर फरवरी कह रहा है. ओके, सो यू गोइंग जनवरी, फरवरी. फर्स्ट कॉलम इट्स कॉलिंग इट 2025 एक्सपेंड. सो व्हाट यू कुड डू इज दिस x. सो x से, सो ये आपके फाइनली है, राइट? एंड व्हेन यू read, you did not read timestamp as index, did you? You know how to do that? No. जब आप पहली बार पढ़ रहे हो ना, हम चेंज नहीं करना चाहते. When you're reading here, that's when you can say index underscore call is timestamp. But कोई बात नहीं, अब यहीं से देखते हैं. So let's remove all of this. ये हम यहाँ तक हटा देते हैं. इस स्लाइड को एडिट करें. क्या हो रहा है भाई? नहीं, हम ऐड इन भी नहीं, हम यहाँ इस लाइन को बदलेंगे. And what I want to do is this: x is equal to data set. So these are the columns जो हम उनको हटाना चाहते हैं. How do I remove these columns? ड्रॉप एन है तो सब कुछ ड्रॉप नॉट टर्म्स को ड्रॉप करेगा. हमको एक कॉलम ड्रॉप करना है. Will this work? हमने गलती की कहीं. डबल ड्रॉप कैसे करते हैं? मैंने कल बताया. क्या गलत कर रहा हूँ मैं? स्पेस है क्या कहीं? आपने ड्रॉप एक भी नहीं किया. मैं सोचा आपके सिंटेक्स ले लूँगा. ड्रॉप कहीं ना कहीं से निकाल लेंगे. So drop bracket. Sorry. Can we go? So data set drop. See, the thing is, I have to deal with so many different programming languages. Good. क्या गड़बड़ की है? Dot access 0. कहीं आसानी से एक्सप्लेन किया होगा. Access is equal to columns. क्योंकि हम कॉलम्स को कॉलम्स नहीं करते, तो access is equal to 0 should suffice, hopefully. अब क्या गलती कर रहे हैं? कल के कोड में देखोगे. Drop labels access is 1. वापस जाओ कोड में. कितने टैब्स खोल के रखे यार, तुम लोगों को पता नहीं टैब से क्या प्रेम है. Go. How do you remember these things? ये नहीं है. Close it. Labels is equal to. Let's see if this works. Works. Now let's see if it is x dot head. सब कुछ हटाया है कि नहीं इसने? That works fine. Okay. I just have this information now. Okay. I don't need this. That is my x. I don't need my y. Okay. चलिए. Mean one is not working. What? Why is it? So where is it not working? Is the functionally not working? Can you check if the mean is correct? There are only 16 numbers. Can you just check one mean value to see if it is actually the mean of the data? Just see, look at the number. What's happening to you, Babu? Same. कहाँ फंसे हो? So another thing which I have, I think, already told to some of your friends: do not write big code. छोटे छोटे कोड में कंपाइल करो. That way you know where the error lies and put it in a next tab. Okay. Still, girls spend less than boys. अच्छा इंडिया वाला डेटा शुगर वाला. Okay, let's do this क्योंकि फिर मैं निकल जाऊंगा. It's best to discuss this. So अगर आप पेपर देखो तो it talks about few restrictions, right?
रिस्ट्रिक्शन और उसमें इतने मतलब पूरा डाटा को एनालाइज नहीं किया गया.
नहीं किया गया,
उसमें
right?
नहीं किया गया.
So trend of sugar purchase है in 12 different months. Okay.
12 single column show me a 12 different means it is average of 12 month.
Oh, there should be 12 different month data.
I average them all in a single column.
Okay, don't average data ever.
Okay. Why?
Okay. Why do so? What do you do when you average a data mathematically?
We sum and different.
You are no, you are taking out all of the variations in the data.
Okay.
डेटा ऐसे ऐसे है ये ऊपर
Then
जाइए.
we make it
लेट्स डेटा ऐसे जा रहे हो. आपने एवरेज किया तो ये कर दिया. डज दैट रिफ्लेक्ट द डेटा? अगर आप ट्रेन कर रहे हो, अनलेस यू हैव ए ह्यूज डेटा सेट, व्हाई वेस्ट any pattern in the data is gone by finding average. There are times when you have to do average, but there are times when median works. Another thing, so if my data is like this, is average the best reflector of it? It goes up and then has a long tail. आपका average यहाँ आएगा, but most of the data तो यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, right? So it's not that big a data that you need to.
ओरिजिनल फाइल भी है.
हाँ.
मैंने ये दूसरी कॉपी की है.
Okay. Then we have, what do we have here? Let's look from the backwards. So Dix Mac looks like decision maker. I can go
Yes,
and
sir.
ask her what each columns are, but self efficiency. Is there a German word here which?
सर मैंने कुछ ट्रांसलेट कर दिया है.
हाँ, okay.
कुछ को मैं अभी कर ही रहा हूँ उसको.
Okay.
सो बेसिकली इसमें जो पैरामीटर मैं एनालाइज कर पा रहा हूँ, मैंने क्या किया है कि 3 मोड में डाटा को एनालाइज किया है और 256 पीपल का डाटा लिया है. और उसमें उन्होंने कंजप्शन, सेल्फ मतलब सेल्फ मोटिवेशन, सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, इस तरह के फैक्टर उनसे एज इनपुट लिए हैं. और फिर उससे मतलब जैसे खाने वाले में जॉय क्या मिलता है, मोटिवेशन, खाने के पीछे मोटिवेशन क्या है, ना खाने के पीछे मोटिवेशन क्या है, इस तरह के फैक्टर उन्होंने इसमें इंक्लूड किए गए हैं. और रेगुलरिटी बेसिस में किस तरीके से खा रहे हैं तो वो लिए.
So is there any Dr. Kalam जो नहीं समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Is there a German word?
जर्मन वर्ड को सर मैं ट्रांसलेट कर रहा हूँ धीरे
Okay.
धीरे इसमें.
ठीक है, चलिए. So the question then, so essentially ये था ना कि this is a data we have. So few things which we could do are the classification. How will classification work? Because they have already done the gender-based classification. Is there a big age variance here?
Age variance, sir, but we don't know ना.
Age है
We
ना?
don't have an age gender column here.
नहीं, gender column था.
Sir,
Manlish and Weiblish column था. Where is the original data?
yes.
That was the whole crux of that study, that there was men and women column. Okay, you work on that and then call me. Whatever sound that picks now, that picks. जो भी आवाज पकड़ेगा फिर मैं इसको नहीं बोल कर सकता. One key came behind कौन ज़्यादा स्पेंड करता है? With a smile, look at the smile on her face. ऐसे नहीं बोल रही है. One more data sample. Blue are males this time. She even changed the color just to be sure that color is not making a difference. Right यार? तो आप लोग का डेटा यही कहता है, unless लड़कियां यहाँ पर they have underreported their data, which I don't have any reason to believe. Do we have any reason to believe underreporting of data? No, it's possible, and this is why you need a large data sample. छोटे data samples के साथ एक भी अगर bias cause कर रहा होगा, एक लड़के ने 25,000 रुपए खर्च कर दिए एक महीने में, you would move the average up. Okay? And that is why sometimes it's not just do the median plot. So you're looking at mean value, right? Okay. Or this is the other thing which we will do next would be look at outliers. So is there one boy who is causing the whole thing to go bad? Is there one woman who is spending too little, who is making the whole thing go bad? So these will be outliers in the data, right? So अगर जब आप plot करोगे, take any month and just do a histogram of this, or plot all the 8 boys and girls. If they're all nearby, then they're not outliers. If one of them is lying too far away, that's a data not worth exploring. So we remove that data and we deal with this data. Problem यही कहीं करते करते आपके all of them outliers न बन जाए.
सर पॉसिबल है क्योंकि सबका बहुत फ्लक्चुएटिंग है.
नहीं, फ्लक्चुएटिंग सब है तो ठीक है. अगर एक क्लस्टर है और एक बहुत दूर है, that's not fine. Okay? If they are all spread out, fine. Or just see, okay, let's look at the data. Actually, you know what? Let's look at the data there, and that will us something here. So hopefully, we should be able to see. Short URL.at. So if we just look at the data as it stands here, let's look at 1 month expenditure for that matter. Okay? So this is our January expenditure. We have so there's 3,000, 3,000, 9,000 figure. And who is this who has done 32,000? Impressive. And so you can see there is 132,000, but rest all are around 3,000, 4,000 marks. There's also somebody who has, this might be the cause of the source of the problem. Somebody who lives in a hostel and spends 500 rupees.
One more hostel and get 90 rupees and 12 rupees.
There's a 90 rupees expenditure.
12 rupees.
Who has lived the entire month in 12 rupees? Okay, it's also possible that that particular person, so say let's look at this person, Bluff, there's 54 rupees data, right? So it's possible that, now, here are the problems then we face. You might say that some people is making fun of us. But whenever you collect data, there are always people making fun of you. So we could either remove this data completely, that it's too untrustworthy, it's beyond the general remit. But there are other month expenditures of 205. So is this happened because we did a mistake in translating from original data, or does the original also says 54 rupees? So this could happen, the person was trying to enter 550 or 5,400 and he or she ended up with this number. It's possible. So, or we could just remove the person completely and then see how. Well, the name is Bluff. So most probably the person is bluffing with us, right? Who is the most expenditure person? It has to be Meera, who is 32,000, 14,000. I think that includes the tuition fee as well, right? Because you can see periodicity here. So if you plot this graph, it will be periodic. But I mean, okay, yes, counter example. Okay, there's one girl who spends quite low, but to compensate for her, there's a one girl who spends quite high. She has spent more than all the boys. She spent 32,000 rupees. None of the boy has managed to spend 32, and she has been truthful. She has done 14,000, six fairly high figures. Okay, there is a gentleman here also who spends roughly 9,000, 6,000, 10,000, that kind of figure. But I don't think there is, so this is just looking at the data. That's not a statistical measure. We can now look at mean. We have plotted the mean. How do you know how much is the difference in the data? What do you plot for that? You look at standard deviation, variance, how much variance the data is. So check for the variance between boys and girls. Is it the same? Is it similar? If it's similar, fine, we can live with this bad data. If it's too different, then that's a different story. And then of course there are people who have not given numbers. So are these boys or girls who have not bothered to look at their 24? No, there's a boy and girl, so it's actually fairly evenly distributed. And this goes to show the law of large numbers. If we do many experiments with significant people, even though some will try to make fun of us, hopefully there will be enough decent data which will come out of it. Okay? Good. Now we will do what we generally do at the beginning of the lectures, which is basically we do our introduction. So in most courses you have attended, people introduce themselves right in the beginning of the course, right? I don't go by the beginning bit. If you survive till the last half an hour, then you are worth knowing, right? So let's see who are the people they have attended. So just briefly, your name, where do you come from, what are you studying, and you will be, are they doing a feedback form here? Already done your feedback. Okay. ये सब काम करवा लिया इन्होंने, फॉर्म भरवा दिया सबसे. Well done. Okay. So tell us who you are and what you, and in one small line, what's your long-term future plan? And if you have absolutely zero future plan, that's a perfectly good answer. Good. Let's go from here. For everyone else, I know who you. I think I know you are. Go on.
My name is Abhishek. I'm from Central University of Jharkhand, and I live in UP, Azamgarh.
So you study in Central University of Jharkhand and you live in Azamgarh, hometown. I thought like he's the people from Azamgarh are known for carrying roses in their hands. Good. Okay. And what are you studying?
BTech in Central University of Jharkhand.
What department? Computer science. Okay. Good. Do you have a long-term plan ready? Well done.
So, this is Purva Das from Central University of Jharkhand, studying BTech CSE, and I come from Odisha, Rajrangpur. And yes, I have a long-term plan because I think I'm now in web development part, and I think I want to extend in research field more.
Okay. So she's from Odisha. She was expelled to study in Jharkhand, and every excuse she can find to come back, she runs back to Odisha. Well done. What about you?
I'm Sia Mandal and I am from Bihar. I'm currently studying in CUT Ranchi, and my future plans, I want to be a businessman.
That's very good future plan. Well done. And which part of Bihar are you from?
I'm from Samastipur.
Samastipur. So you traveled all the way till Ranchi, and rather than going backwards, she was like, "Nahi, माँ बाप से जितना दूर हो सके उतना जाना है." So if somebody organizes a conference in Antarctica, Miss Mandal will be right there. Well done.
Hi, I'm Khushi Chausey. I'm from Jaipur, Madhya Pradesh. I'm currently studying in Central University of Jharkhand. I'm studying BTech in Computer Science Department, and my long-term
That's brilliant.
My name is Raman Kumar Wal, and I am from Uttarakhand. Currently, I am studying in NIT Rourkela, and my long-term plan is to earn money and doing research.
That's good. Okay, guys, whenever you go to a job interview, don't give these long-term plans, right? हमारा लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान है सर, आपकी कंपनी में सीईओ होना और आप ही को आपकी कंपनी से निकालना. बहुत सवाल पूछ रहे हो. We will let you take rest. Let's go next, unless you want to talk. The plans always fail. That's a good plan as well. So you have given up on long-term predictions. Good.
Hi, sir. Myself Namrata Dey. I'm basically from Jamshedpur, Jharkhand. I currently study in CJ Ranchi. In BTech. I'm in second year. And my future plans are like I want to work in data analytics.
Data analytics. So you're in second year. We hope data analytics survives for another 3 years, because in computer science we get a cycle, right? Right now machine learning data is important. Few years ago it was Java, which was all the buzzword. Everybody was learning how to do Java programming. So that's good. Remember one thing, whatever is the market flavor right now, it's still computer science. It's just we sell ourselves differently. Okay? हम वही काम अभी भी कर रहे हैं जो आज से 10 साल पहले कर रहे थे. Earlier there was Y2K bug. That was the first thing which gave loads of jobs to us. Okay? So enjoy the journey.
Myself, I'm from Amritsar, Punjab, and I am currently CJ, and I am BTech second year. It's a challenge.
So you're from Amritsar, did you say?
Yes, sir. Amritsar, Punjab. I am from
Because I'm going to Amritsar in about a month's time. This is my 2 days of not doing work and traveling in India. So we've decided to go to Amritsar and Vaga. So we'll spend a day visiting Swarna Mandir and other places. Very interesting journey. Let's see. So I have got a girl who helps with me childcare. She's from Jalandhar, right? She's a Punjabi girl. She's studying business in Coventry in UK. And when I was like कि पंजाब जा रहे हूँ, she was giving me all the guide. यहाँ जाइएगा, ये देखने जाइएगा, वो देखने जाइए. और पंजाबियों से डर के रहिएगा. मैं पंजाबी हूँ, मुझे पता है. पासपोर्ट ले लेते हैं. पासपोर्ट बचा के रख. And she gave me, I was like, तू मेरी माँ नहीं है. मैं भी इंडिया में travel किया हूँ. So I hope I will have good time there. But welcome. What about you?
Good evening, sir. I'm Avinash Mohanty. I'm from Odisha, and currently I'm pursuing my PhD in mining engineering department.
In mining.
Yes.
Here?
Yes, NIT Rourkela.
Okay. So what kind of work are you doing in your doctorate?
I'm developing a model for better risk assessment approach in mining industry to reduce the excess.
To reduce the excess. Are you looking at any particular type of mines or any particular type of materials? It's open cast mines. Because we mostly have open cast mines here, is it?
No, yes. Mostly both open and underground mines are there, but most of the research is done underground mines. So due to that, I'm going for.
And I guess when you're looking at open cast, it's mostly coal.
Yes.
Okay. And is it looking at this belt or in general?
Culture.
Okay, you're working in Talcher. That's good. Good, good, good.
My name is Vishnu. I'm studying in Art University, Bangalore. BSc second year. Future plans not decided.
Future plans not decided.
It keeps changing.
It keeps changing. And you have 2 sisters nearby, right?
Yes.
So future plans will be not decided by you, let's be honest.
I'm Vaishnavi. I'm studying at our University, Bangalore. I'm doing my BBA and majoring in finance. I want to be a management consultant.
Oh, she wants to be a management consultant. So have you identified the firms you like to work with, or
Goldman.
so?
Goldman Sachs.
But Goldman Sachs is a investment banking house.
Yeah, we do have management.
So why not the big 4 management consultant firms? What's wrong with McKinsey or BCG?
I would say
But Goldman Sachs has got equally hard in recruitment procedure, right? I will tell you why she wants to work in Goldman Sachs. उनकी salary ज़्यादा है. Well done.
Good evening. My name is Rajpuri Archana.
So all of you three come from the same family and decided to go to the same university? Or were you not enough annoyed with one another? You wanted... It's his mom's decision. Fair enough. I mean, I know we like to abuse our parents, but they have seen the world a little bit more than us. There will be a point of time when we will stop listening to them and then curse them for the rest of our lives. You didn't make us make those right decisions. For example, I still complain to my parents, my school trip went to Puri and they didn't let me go. And I was telling my mother that day, आप नहीं जाने दिए थे ना, अब अपने पैसे से जा रहे हैं. It's a bit confusing. That's perfectly fine. Future plan. So most of you are around the second year LAMP course, and some of you are doing in the masters and research landscape. For the second year students, explore before you figure out which subject you would like to express in. There are no bad subjects, right? So the other thing which I will often tell to my students is try not to go with the swing which currently is going on. So right now everybody is becoming an AI ML engineer. So what's your uniqueness? So to some extent this has helped me. I did microelectronics when everybody was doing image processing and computer sciences and programming, that kind of thing. There were only very few of us. And that led to us having a little bit different CV than the rest. So even old subjects like operating system, theory of computation, system analysis and design, the good old computer graphics, they are still pretty and beautiful. And if less number of people are studying something, the chances of going up becomes much more easier. Agreed? If you have got tons of competition and there's one campus placement company, or there's 20,000, let's take this, there are 30 campus companies coming, and there are 300 students applying to them versus one campus company coming and there's just 2 of you. The ratio is much better here. So keep your scope open, keep your thoughts open, and all the best. Thank you. This will be an end. It was hopefully a long, tedious journey for you for 5 days. I think the most enjoyable part was the hockey, right? And for the local kids, whenever you have something, take people to hockey. It's worth going there, right? I thought you guys loved it. About half of us did not know what the rules are. As long as there's a stick and somebody is winning. Why do you? Yeah, you support a team anyway. Some of you support a team because you come from Bengal. And how many Bengali players were there in Bengal team, unless the Australians and the English have become Bengalis? And then the local kid was playing from the Tamil Nadu team. Amit Rohidas, he was there playing from the... So that's a good part of these premiership divisions. So enjoy your journey back, have a safe journey, and have fun studying. Some of you came and talked to me regarding research thingy. We can have a discussion later on, but in general, there's too much in life to be enjoyed. Goodbye. You still have a doubt? Okay, over to Dr. Mukherjee and then we will talk.
Yeah. So thank you, Professor Chobe. So actually I have no word to say thank you to you, because whatever I have observed, that the course was very much interactive to all the participants. Okay, so we are very privileged and honored to have Professor Bhaskar Chobe from Germany. He has come long way from Germany. So thank you again, and you have spent a very good time with us. And the one important thing what I should mention, that he is very much friendly with the participant, and yesterday he spent a good time with you. I miss that. but I hopeful that I'll be meeting him in Germany in some day. So, uh, and I have received your feedback also regarding the course, and all the feedbacks are very uh, good in that sense that you have learned a lot, you have expressed your satisfaction through your feedback, and I also thankful to you because you have come long way from Jharkhand. You are at the very early stage of your career. You are learning a lot, and you have also done good job attending all the sessions carefully. Okay, you have tried your best to do whatever you have. You have explored many things, I think. Uh, so I don't want any physical kind of feedback from you because already from your faces
Physical
I can
feedback will be them throwing tomatoes at you. That's a physical feedback.
physical feedback in the sense that I won't ask you anything, okay? But from your faces, I can understand that you are very much satisfied, okay? Is it not? Okay. So thank you. We'll be meeting again. I'll be trying to arrange this kind of workshop again for you, okay? So being the coordinator and being the organizer of this workshop from the Department of Computer Science Engineering, I am very much thankful again to Professor Bhaskar Chobe and all the participants, my local coordinator Professor Shishir Sahu and my HOD Professor Vibhudatta Sahu. So thank you. So we'll be going for like a distribution of the certificate, and that will be handed over by Professor Bhaskar Chobe. We have one small memento for this GAN course in terms of a bag. We'll be handing over to you also. So thank you. So can we start certificate distribution? Okay.
Let's just close this data.
Yeah,
which we have
please.
seen. So I've done the last thing, deleted the files from this computer. हाँ जल्दी कीजिए because 4 बज के 53 मिनट हो रहा है.
Yeah. So the driver coding?
हाँ, will be verified. Yes, what did you want to ask? No, but it increased, right? So one more data we have. Every monthly expenditure did increase between boys and girls, pretty much at the same rate. So boys also went up in a year, girls also went up in a year. Still, girls spent less money than boys do. Sorry? You also plotted it. Okay, that's good. Now, the one thing which was interesting was, you see, many times we assume things, and this is why looking at data is a good strategy of saying whether our assumption was right or wrong. So we assume our Kundali's work. We don't have any data of that. Okay? Well, there are data to show they don't work, and that's the similar fashion we assumed girls should be spending more money than we do. There was a hypothesis down to second year that the girls spend more money than boys. So what we did was we did an online data collection of all the kids, make them put every expenditure for every month for last 2 years, and then did random forest classification to see what the girls actually spent more money. And it was exactly the opposite result.
Yeah, I just was that. That blue bars you are representing.
So, well, boys are constantly higher than. Oh, there's one more data to prove me wrong.
সিটটা কোথায় গেল? অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স সিট পাবে? যাও নিচে ওকে স্যার অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স সিট হ্যাঁ পেয়েছি।
Okay, now photo nahi hai. Now I'll call the participants one by one. Khushi Chaurasia. बैग लेकर ओपन करके लो. Yeah. No, he'll give it. We'll be together. Khushi, you come in the middle. Yeah. वो ला देगा ठीक है ला देगा ओके नेक्स्ट सिया मंडल नम्रता दे नम्रता दे अपूर्व दास अपूर्वा अपूर्वा दास अभिषेक रुदासी बेरा गहेंद्र वर्मा विशाल कुमार सिंह विशाग्ञा आचार्य यू आर फ्रॉम कर्नाटका वैशानी आचार्य Vayag Devi Acharya. All you are from same college and Acharya all three?
They are brothers and sisters.
Three. Arey, nice. Then Anjuman Sheikh. Okay. Avinash Mahanti. You are from Andhra Pradesh? Odisha. We are Ashok Vardhan. और वैकुंठ साहू अच्छा उन्होंने कहा गया उन्होंने रमन 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 कुमार पाल और आसन है ए सुबह नीना शुभंकर शुभंकर टुडू दाना दाना शुभंकर शुभंकर टुडू इंटर्न स्टूडेंट का है अच्छा अर्णव नीना अर्णव दास पेज हो शुभंकर शुभंकर पेज हाँ शुभंकर 2 मिलेगा. शुभंकर टुडू, कार्तिले, अर्णव दास, ना
प्रत्युष सागर,
प्रत्युष महापात्र, प्रत्युष महापात्र, तुम्ही नाही ना तुम्हाला कोण दा मग दा ना जाओ जाओ ए ले सुधी बात मौसमी नहीं है, सौम्या दीक्षित नहीं है, वैकुंठ साई नहीं, अनन्या का अनन्या स्नेहा, ओके डन. भर दिए थे क्या?
कौन वाला?
वो रिमेम्बर ये क्या
अच्छा नहीं, मैं आपको ईमेल से भेज दूंगा.
लेकिन ये सिग्नेचर इज रिक्वायर्ड ना.
मैं साइन
डिजिटल सिग्नेचर
कर दूंगा.
ठीक है ठीक है.
क्योंकि मुझे बिल्कुल टाइम नहीं मिला.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं ठीक है.
आपको ये सब अपलोड करना होगा क्या? फीडबैक
पूरा पूरा एवरीथिंग.
एंजॉय.